A very good morning. Welcome to Edgbaston, where it is overcast but not wet, and we could have a very interesting day's cricket here. I mean, we might not. But
could go either way, couldn't
will.
it, Clive? Either way. I think for it to be interesting, Somerset are going to need to take early wickets to effectively bowl Warwickshire out.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule out, I understand the arguments about why Warwickshire might be cautious, and they will be cautious, but just how cautious, I wonder. I'd like to think that they will dangle at least an end of a carrot I think they've set them something that Somerset might go for in the hope of winning the game, because Warwickshire really, and I get the argument, said District don't want to lose, but really they could do with a win.
Well, so could Somerset.
Yeah, exactly, and that's part of my thinking.
But, as long as there's 8 points for a draw, there's every incentive just to settle for the 8 points plus the bonus points, which in the case of this game would mean 13 for Warwickshire and 11 for Somerset, which is not a bad return.
No, it isn't, and it would probably keep Warwickshire out of the bottom two for the time being. But anyway, time will tell. It's always easy to declare sitting up here. Even Mike Atherton admitted that he started declaring half an hour earlier as a commentator than he did as a captain.
Well, Jacob Bethel, talking to Brian Holford last evening, said that the 2 late wickets that Warwickshire lost just sort of stymied their plan, which was to score quick runs in the last hour yesterday afternoon, and instead of scoring quick runs they shut up shop, and they're going to have to bat on for, I would think, at least 90 minutes this morning, Warwickshire, to make the game safe. And then they have to try and bowl Somerset out in 2 sessions and a bit on this pitch. I can't really see.
Well, that's the only thing I'm thinking. That's why I just wonder whether they might be tempted to give Somerset something that they have. Because if Somerset have no chance of winning, then like you, I can't see them being bowled out. But given that a win would be, in terms of their championship ambitions, would be very nice for Somerset if they set them something that they thought, well, you know what, you might just have a go for these. Anyway,
I think Warwickshire's best hope of winning is to be bowled out.
Yeah.
And then they'd have plenty of time to bowl Somerset out.
Indeed. Anyway, I'll be doing an update in a moment, but it's going to be Overton to bowl the first over of the day. 1 for 24 and his 10 so far in this second innings. Warwickshire is assuming 179 for 5. Should remind you of the match situation, of course. They lead by 277 with Alex Davis on 109, and he is facing first. And it's good to see Alex Davis in the runs from a Warwickshire point of view. 2 slips in place. In comes Overton. And that's left by Davis. Of course, Somerset will get the new ball, assuming that Warwickshire aren't bowled out or surprise us by declaring in the next 17 overs. They will get a new ball at some point.
If they decide to take it.
If they decide to take it, yeah. So 179 for 5. Alex Davis's 4th championship century of the season. He pushes out into the offside. There's no run. That includes a double century here against Durham.
Yeah, he batted very nicely. Survived a very close LBW decision late on against Jake Ball. Now, Jake Ball, I assume, is not out there. Yes, he is. There he is, down at long leg. So his whatever it was that caused him to limp off obviously wasn't that serious, which is good news for Somerset.
Picture of a wedding on the scoreboard at the moment. Just Davis is sat to mid-wicket and there's no run. I mean, lovely pictures of a wedding, but I'm not quite sure we want that on the cricket scoreboard.
Well, they do hold weddings.
They do,
here.
I know. That's right.
Yeah,
I think there's one. Yeah, I think there's one today. So, but that's better. Let's have the score. So in comes Overton again. That's left by Davis. Well, I didn't expect him to come out and try and hit sixes on the first over.
Happy couple are up on the board again.
Yeah, they are, yeah. So, no runs added so far this morning. Overton turns City of Birmingham behind him. Right arm over, bowls Davis, gets a bit inside of the bat to that, and they race through for the first run of the morning. And Davis is on to 110, 180 for 5. The lead to 278. We're hoping for a full day's play today. The last forecast I heard suggested we might get that.
Some grey clouds coming over from the west, which is where the weather's coming from. Met Office were suggesting a shower around about lunchtime.
I thought they were coming to me slightly premature. Just got to wait till the football's done. In comes Everton. Come round the wicket to down Mosley, who defends that to the offside for no run. So just the one run off the first over. 180 for 5. And the lead now 278. Update for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR coming up in AMO. Getting a weather forecast, sunny spells, mix of cloud and some clear spells, dry nights. Sounds good. That's the latest forecast. Well, Warwickshire are 184-5 in their second innings. It gives them a lead of 278. The question is, unless Warwickshire are bowled out, whether they will have the courage to declare and give themselves a chance of bowling Somerset out, and indeed a chance of Somerset to chase down a target. A draw is an enticing prospect for Warwickshire. It would keep them out of the bottom two. Having said that, they haven't won a championship game this season and would love to do it here in a game in which they have had the better of things for the most part. But they are 180 for 5 with Alex Davis on 110. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston.
And the first ball of that Josh Davey over just played up the onside of the pitch by Alex Davis, no run. He's bowled well, has Josh Davey, 2 for 34. He's in his 16th over from this pavilion end. He's in bowls to Davis, who's going for a quick single and will complete it comfortably as Casey Aldridge comes from short third man to backward point to do the fielding. 181 for 5.
So the one bit of urgency we've seen from the Warwickshire batters so far is running. There's 2 singles they've been very brisk to take. They've not gone for expensive shots, but they have tried to keep the scoreboard ticking with fast running.
Well, they won't want to lose an early wicket, Warwickshire. I mean, they've got Michael Burgess to come in next, who looked in great form in the first innings, and tucked into Jack Leach in particular. Hit him for 6s into the Hollies stand and down the ground. Here's Davey coming around the wicket to the left-handed Mosley, who plays that back up the pitch. But after Michael Burgess, it's the tail. Michael Ray and Oliver Hannon Dolby. And Chris Rushworth. Not necessarily in that order. Chris Rushworth came in at 10 in the first innings. So there is a bit of a tail for Warwickshire. So these two are, I think will be looking to accumulate rather than to devastate. This is pushed into the offside. Tom Abel sprints in to do the fielding.
Well, underway at all other matches so far today, and so the Lancashire Surrey matches of interest to both these teams. Well, they're underway at Southampton, where of course they've lost a lot of play in that match, so that looks a likely draw. It's about bonus points today, with Hampshire 42 for 1 in their first innings. But Surrey will be looking to compete a victory against Lancashire. Warwickshire will hope they do it. Somerset will hope they don't. But Lancashire 27 for 1.
I rather fear they will.
13 behind.
Here comes Davey again to Mosley. Then bowls. Mosley gets a good ball. Right on the money, Josh Davey. I spoke to Somerset bowling coach Steve Kirby last night, and he was very pleased with the way his bowlers had stuck to their task yesterday, preventing Warwickshire from getting away. Warwickshire went at below 3 runs and over.
That former Yorkshire bowler, Steve Kirby.
Yep, absolutely.
I covered his debut for Yorkshire.
The irrepressible Curbs.
He made quite an impression.
Oh, he's a wonderful character. Wonderful, lovely bloke. Is Davey in, bowls to Mosley, tucks him up and turns it into the onside. He's one of those who was an absolute demon on the pitch,
yes.
With steam coming out of his ears, stamping up and down, and an absolute angel off it. One of the most popular cricketers in any dressing room, and with the opposition as well.
I remember Eddie Bevan actually telling me that they played Glamorgan quite early in Steve Kirby's career, and he was doing the stuff on the pitch that he does. And most of the Glamorgan players were great with him afterwards. There was one, I don't know who it was, there was one exception. He said to him, if you can't be nice on the pitch, I'm not going to be nice to you off it. Anyway, so obviously Warwickshire also have a keen eye at Chester Street, where Notts look to be heading for defeat. They're 219 for 6, 83 runs behind Durham. And of course at New Row, Worcestershire trying to finish Kent off. Kent 362 for 8, lead by 86. As Overton comes into bowl to Davis. And that's a little push. He's looking there to nurdle a single, but can't quite manage it. There's no run. If Warwickshire were to draw this game and Lancashire and Notts lose, they will move above both those teams. They would be 6 points ahead of Lancashire and 5 ahead of Notts. So although Worcestershire will leapfrog them if Worcestershire win, they would still actually gain a place. Started this round of matches 3rd from bottom. They'll move to 4th from bottom. That's pushing the onside. There's no run, which I suppose is a slightly unkind way of putting it. They'll move to 6th. It would be a slightly kinder way of putting it. If they were to draw. So that's why a draw is enticing. I heard you say I hate 8 points for a draw. I think, to me, 8 points for a draw is created by someone who's forgotten what red ball cricket is about.
Well, the trouble is there are lots of people in the ECB who aren't really interested in it.
That one's left by Davis, and there's no run.
Or to be more accurate, they're not interested in the county championship as a competition in its own right. They simply see it as a sort of conduit to produce players for England. Hence the use of the Kookaburra ball in 2 rounds of matches. In fact, the next 2 rounds of county championship matches are going to feature the Kookaburra ball, so we might be in for some fairly dull cricket on these dead pitches. Kookaburra's fine on a hard pitch, but not great in this country at this time of year.
Overton comes into bowl, and that's played a mid-on. There's no run. Yeah, the 2 games here with the Kookaburra ball. I mean, to be fair, one of them was against Durham, which was a very high-scoring game, and yet Warwickshire actually were arguably a tad unlucky not to pull off a win in the end. They got Durham 6 down in the second innings, and it's one of those games where quite a few others that could have been out and didn't quite go their way. But for the most part, it was a run fest. Alex Davis in particular scored a double century that game. He's just added 4 more now as he just feathers one down to 3rd. He's got a little touch on it down to 3rd, which is not patrolled. And so he moves on to 115, takes the score 185 for 5.
It is patrolled now. Well, it went very fine. Yes, it went very fine, didn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
Not sure whether he was intending to get it quite that fine.
He's off the field chatting to a spectator now. He's back in the place.
Josh Davey down there.
So Overton, last ball of the over, comes into bowl, and Davis pushes that to mid-on. There's no run. End of the over, 185 for 5.
Well, fairly uneventful start, and Somerset starting with their opening bowling attack. the old firm, Craig Overton and Josh Davies. Curious passage of play towards the end of yesterday's play when Jake Paul limped off with an unspecified injury, with one ball of his, I think it was his 9th over, still to bowl, and Andy Umeed, who you will remember, Clive, from his days with Warwickshire, was given the final ball of that over to bowl with his leg breaks, and then was kept on, and in fact picked up the wicket of Ed Barnard. And at the other end, instead of, after they'd taken 2 quick wickets, instead of Craig Overton and Josh Davey coming into the attack, it was Tom Lammonby's left arm medium pace, with under orders apparently to bowl wide outside the off stump. It was all a bit curious, but less curious this morning, much more conventional. Davey is in, bowls to Mosley, who punches this into the offside, and Tom Abel fields at extra cover. Some Somerset supporters on social media taking it as evidence that Somerset aren't really interested in a win and that they've already settled for the draw. That certainly wasn't Steve Kirby's thinking when I spoke to him at the end. He reckoned that if Somerset can pick up these last 5 wickets quickly, they'll be very much in the hunt to chase down whatever target they're left with. This is again played to Tom Abel. At the moment, the lead is 283, which is not insubstantial. It would take quite a lot of getting 283, you know, even with the best part of a full day available.
Part of the problem, and I know people have mentioned, of course, the game at Taunton, but also experience on this ground, it sometimes seems to get easier to bat the later in the game. And we had one, I think it was last season, where they declared to get Lancashire in and set them what looked like a huge total, and they got them.
Davey in bowls to Mosley, who goes for a cut, and it's very well fielded at backward point by Andy Umeed.
I'm delighted to see, you mentioned him, I'm delighted to see him forge a county career. I thought he was a little unlucky, but he's another player whose first-class debut I covered, and I remember it well because I interviewed him afterwards, and because he's Scottish, Andrew Mead, and his parents, if I remember, I'm doing this off memory, I think his parents were in Carlisle when he called them to tell them that he was playing, and they hot-footed it down from Carlisle to watch him. I'll go about that, a bit more on that in a moment.
Here's Davey to Mosley, and takes him on the pad, but it's well outside the off stump, I fancy, and he was certainly playing a shot here, looking to take one from outside the off stump through mid-wicket, missing it.
And anyway, they did get down in time to see him score a first-class century on debut. They probably didn't have to rush, to be fair, because it was a fairly meticulous century. And in fact, at the time...
It took him about 6 hours, didn't it?
Well, at the time, it was a record for number of balls faced.
I think that's been overtaken.
And do you know who by?
No.
Well, have a guess. Someone who's also well known and loved here at Edgbaston.
Here's Josh Davey in bowls. Sam Hain?
No, it's Dom Sibley.
Oh, right, yeah, of course.
I think it was this season. Was this season or last season? He set a new record, beating Andrew Umeed. I mean, I think
Umeed still holds the record in minutes, as opposed to balls.
Okay,
I think. So, yes, that doesn't surprise me. Dom Sibley, yes, of course, no. Plying his trade for Surrey, and very successfully too. 185 for 5. Josh Davey bowling to Dan Mosley, who goes for a cut shot and doesn't time it. And he hasn't added to his overnight 1, has Mosley. 185 for 5. How many overs have we had this morning? 4, I fancy. 4 overs so far this morning, and just 6 runs added. So no sign of a charge towards setting up a declaration. No,
although I suppose it might be a time thing, mightn't it? They might have decided we'll bat normally for so long. Eat up a few overs before setting them some sort of target. Anyway, at least the Warwickshire captain can make that decision out in the middle because he's out there. Overton comes into bowl and it's pushed out to the offside by Davis for no run.
There aren't many people here today, are there?
No, just a few in the public seats. I don't know how many there are in the members' area. There might be a big wedding party, of course, at some point. More will probably gather if it does turn out to be an interesting finish to the match. Davis drives that down the ground. That will be 4. That's a nice shot from Alex Davis, straight down the ground. And he moves on to 119. 189 for 5.
Overpitched from Craig Overton. But, nice shot from Alex Davis. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Just moved his weight into the shot.
287 is the lead. Davis wearing a short sleeve sweater, number 71 on his back. He waits and a bit of a leading edge on that, taken by Overton, who pretends to shy at the stumps. Because it has been a crucial innings from Davis. Without him, Warwickshire would be in all sorts of bother.
Well, he should have been stumped when he had 35. And it was in Jack Leach's first over, and he came down the pitch to try and hit him into the holly stand, missed, and James Rood took the ball, but then when trying to take the bails off, he missed.
This next one from Overton is short, and Davis pulls it. There is a fielder down there. It's back of a wide, long leg, if you like, and it's Overton's not happy with himself. He kicks the ground in frustration. The other matches, by the way, that I didn't mention, the ones mainly in the second division, Derbyshire are hoping to finish off Glamorgan today. Glamorgan 250 for 7, still 11 behind Derbyshire at Derby. Looks likely to be a draw at Bristol, where Leicestershire 58 without loss in their second innings, 84 behind Gloucestershire. As around the wicket comes Overton, and that's driven by Mosley, but straight to mid-off, no run. And they lost a lot of play over the days at Northwood, where Middlesex are still in their first innings, 260 for 9. They lead Northants by 53. Scarborough, Yorkshire are closing in on victory. They need another 55 runs to win, 48 for 2 against Sussex. That's probably going to be our first result, I would think. 190 for 5. Notts have already lost a wicket today. They're 224 for 7 now, following on, 78 behind. Mosley works that out into the onside. It's fielded. The fielder's hurt his hand. Tom Lamby's hurt his hand in the process. Batters had a sort of neutral look at each other as to whether or not to take a single, but they decided not to risk it. And at the end of the over, that one shot down the ground from Davis plus a single makes it 190 for 5. Warwickshire, who lead by 288, and we have potentially 91 overs left in the day.
Yes, so it would be just over 3 runs and over if Warwickshire were to declare now, which I can't see. I think they would want to get it over 5 runs and over, probably.
Yeah.
Maybe even over 6, given what happened at Taunton. Josh Davey then to bowl his 3rd over of the morning. 2 for 35, just conceded 1 run so far today. He's in bowling to Alex Davis, who plays that to Umeed. Yeah, Andy Umeed, after he was let go by Warwickshire, he fell out of love with the game, headed off to Australia. Virtually having decided to give it up as a professional. But while he was in Australia, rediscovered his love for the game.
I thought Warwickshire were, I gathered they decided fairly early on he wasn't quite good enough. I thought they were maybe a little hasty in that conclusion. To be fair, at the time, I think they were trying to cut back a little bit in terms of 1 or 2. Callum McLeod was another one who they let go.
As Davey in bowls is driven back down the ground. It'll be cut off by Jake Paul. Not timed as well as the previous straight drive from Alex Davis. 191 for 5.
And I think McLeod, in the case of McLeod, certainly, and probably to Andrew to an extent as well, it wasn't necessarily that they didn't want them, it's just that they felt they had to make some cutbacks, and those players suffer the consequences.
Well, he was signed by Somerset just over 2 years ago now, and really made his mark in last season's one-day cup with 3 centuries, and it was that really that paved his way into the county championship team. This is down the pitch, and almost a good catch by Tom Banton, who flung himself to his left. But signs of aggression there from Dan Mosley. Lost his shape there in hitting that. Was in the air for quite a long time, but it brings him 4 runs, and he's underway this morning. Taking him a bit of time, but signs of aggression there. 195 for 5.
Yeah, he's a naturally aggressive player. He hasn't had the best seasons with the red ball, but maybe he's been given licence to, once he's settled in, to have a go.
It's Davey in again, bowls mostly this time. He'll pick up a single. As Jake Ball has to move to his left at mid-on. 196 for 5. The lead now 294. Just the one slip. Craig Overton, the Somerset acting captain. Lewis Gregory not considered fit enough. He's got a long-standing groin strain of some sort. It's not clear how much cricket he'll be able to play, Lewis Gregory, between now and the end of the season. This is just dabbed into the offside by Davies, and well-judged single. 197 for 5.
That 411 that Somerset chased down to beat Warwickshire at Taunton, did it for the last 25 wickets. It is the highest successful run chase anywhere in the county championship this season, although of course Glamorgan did reach 592 to tie with Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. That's another thing I hate about the 8 points for a draw. That tie, after all that,
it was only worth
the same,
exactly as
a draw.
I know, ridiculous.
Yeah. Anyway, but I'd like to think Warwickshire won't worry too much about what happened at Taunton. That was then, this is now, and it was a brilliant run chase from Somerset, but it doesn't mean that they're automatically going to be able to do it again.
No, it doesn't. Although the match has followed a very similar pattern, with Warwickshire taking a substantial first innings lead. As Davey is in bowls to Mosley, who advances down the pitch at Josh Davey, who sees him coming, digs it in short, flies through to James Rue. End of the over, 197 for 5. Yeah, Warwickshire called it a day, I think, when they were 281 for 8 in their second innings, close of play on the third day, and we were all expecting them to bat on for at least half an hour the next morning. But Mark Robinson and Alex Davies decided that they would declare and give themselves a chance of securing Warwickshire's first win of the county championship season, and didn't quite work out.
In fact, the 2 highest successful run chases this season have both been against Warwickshire. The second one was 330, but that was very different. That was at Chelmsford, Essex. That wasn't a declaration. That was a disastrous second innings performance from Warwickshire. And they had complete control of the match until they were bowled out for 90-odd in their second innings. So, bowling teams out, second innings has been an issue. Obviously, it's been an issue. They haven't won any matches. Overton comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the onside. Alex Davies is going through for a single. That could have been a tight one, but it wasn't picked up cleanly.
Yeah, Alex Davies knew his fielder. That was Jack Leach, who is a very wholehearted fielder. He's probably the least athletic fielder in the Somerset side. At least naturally gifted fielder, let's put it like that.
So one more run, they're just ticking things along.
Actually, talking of Jack Leach, it's Jack Leach Day today.
Was it?
It's 5 years to the day since the most famous one not out in cricket history.
That one is played onto the onside for no run.
So, and there's a
that was here, wasn't it?
No, it was.
No, was it?
Headingley.
Was it Headingley? Yeah. That's right. I remember we were here that day. That's right, and we were concluding that there'll be absolutely nobody listening to us right now because of what was going on in the Test match. However,
it was a beautiful day as well. It was a lovely sunny day. I remember it very, very well. Dear Overton's lost his run up.
Yeah, he's slightly got the hair of someone's got out the wrong side of bed this morning.
Well, he often looks like that, Craig Overton.
Anyway. Traipse back to his mark.
He's had the footholds dug out because he's been having trouble with them. But one of the ground staff came out with a shovel just now.
Yeah. In he comes the ball round the wicket to Dan Mosley, who steers it to mid-on for no run.
It's been an odd sort of innings this from Dan Mosley. How many balls has he faced now? 39, 40 deliveries. Yeah. He's once or twice played really aggressive shots without timing it, apart from that rather ugly heave down the ground in the previous over.
Overton comes in to bowl to him, and that's going down the leg side. He sort of has a waft of the bat at it, but I don't think he's really trying to make contact. There's no run. Would have been a one-day wide.
Well, a disappointing day from the weather point of view. We were promised sunshine, but it's grey clouds overhead. Threat of a shower at lunchtime.
It's a fair breeze blowing as well. It's like Jack Leach is preparing to have a bowl. That one wraps Mosley on the pads. It might have been bat pad. We'll soon find out because they're through for one. No, it's going to be a leg by, but probably heading down the leg side because it wasn't an appeal, just a shout of anguish. 199 for 5.
I'm not going to get a replay, but yeah, I think it was going down.
I was watching a bit on the stream, and just a little bit while I was away, and I saw Michael Burgess ask for a review for one, and the umpire then did do the screen signal. This next one, Davis hits in the air, but it's just about evades Leach at mid-wicket. In fact, it's going to go through. It will just about make it to the boundary for 4. And it brings up the 200 for Warwickshire, 203 for 5. Also brings the lead up to 300. So they've been very bold. They'll be walking off now, but they're not. They lead by 301. It's 203 for 5.
Yeah, I think 400 is probably more like it. 350 certainly.
Yeah, well, I'd hope it'd be 340, 350, something like that. But again, it's so easy to do that from sitting up here.
Right, I'll do one more over and then hand over to Phil Britt for the next half an hour or so.
Just say
Archie Vaughan is on as 12th man.
Worcestershire have got their 9th wicket now, so Kent 367 for 9, lead by 91. And Lancashire have lost 2 this morning, 34 for 3. So your prediction looks pretty solid. They still trail solely by 206.
Yes, Jack Leach coming into the attack. Mark Harvey on Twitter. Feeling for Lewis Goldsworthy. What on earth does he have to do to get a run in the side? Well, good question, Mark. He's been batting beautifully in the One Day Cup. In fact, he's been bowling pretty well too. Ever since he came back from Leicestershire, he's a much improved player. And he's done getting a good run in the blast for Leicestershire. Has done wonders for his confidence. And he's a more fluent batsman than he was before. And he certainly deserves to be in this county championship side. So Jack Leach is going to bowl his 15th over. He's conceded 49 runs, yet to take a wicket, although he should have had one. He should have had Alex Davies stumped. That's played defensively, back up the pitch by Dan Mosley. Bits of paper being chucked about. At least I think it's paper. I don't know quite what it is.
A couple of things to colleague Jack Leach. I don't know what they are.
Leach is in a bowl reverse sweep and brings it off. Does Dan Mosley? Brings it 4 runs down to 3rd man.
It wasn't terribly elegant, was it? He fell over as he played the shot. Ended up on both knees. but effective.
Well, I think Mosley's going to go for his shots. In fact, I think they both might. Having just picked up the pace of the pitch, got themselves accustomed to conditions. Casey Aldridge just doing a few warm-up bowling actions, which suggests he'll come in to the attack from the Birmingham end for the next over after this, as Mosley plays this on the bounce back to Jack Leach. 207 for 5. Mosley on to 10 with that reverse swept boundary. Leach bowls to him. He's back on his stumps and playing it to Lammonby. That sort of cross between mid-on and mid-wicket. We've got men out at deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, and backward point on the boundary. Leach bowls, Mosley this time just comes forward and defends a good length ball. Bowled well yesterday, Jack Leach, very tidy. Bowled better yesterday than he had done in the first innings, when he was guilty of bowling too many drag downs, too much, bowling too short. He's in and bowls, pitches this one up, and it's driven past Leach, up 2. Long on with Tom Banton, another Somerset cricketer with Warwickshire connections, does the fielding. It's the end of the over, 208 for 5. And after some words from Clive Eakin, it'll be Phil Britt.
Let's assume Warwickshire scored 5 and over from here. 10 overs time, they'd have a lead of 355 with 76 overs to go. Would they consider that enough? Would they be prepared to gamble and get Somerset into chase 350 in 76 overs? No, time will tell. As Casey Aldridge comes into bowl. Morning, Phil.
Morning, Clive. Morning, everybody. Just trying to think how many Alex Davis needs before he'll...
Yeah, well, as I was saying, I think if they go on for another 10 overs, if they score 5 and over, they'd be about at the time where you would think they'd be certainly thinking about it.
I think with the results or going with the way it's looking for the Lancashire and Nottinghamshire games, you'll have an eye on those as well.
Aldridge comes into bowl, and that's driven back to the bowler. There's no run. I get that. There's two ways of looking at that, though. On the one hand, you could say, well, if we draw and they lose, we move above them. On the other hand, you could say, well, if they lose, then maybe a defeat isn't going to be disastrous, whereas a win would be massive in terms of preserving their first division status. It wouldn't clinch it by any means, but it would be a huge step towards securing first division cricket next season. As Aldridge comes into bowl, and that's driven to mid-off by Mosley. He tried to get it wide of the fielder. He's looking a bit restless there, wants the run, doesn't get it.
I'm thinking too much into this because I'm working on the basis. A draw, 13 points, would take them 5 or 6 points ahead of Nottinghamshire and Lancashire.
Assuming they both lose, which at the moment they are on course. In fact, some Notts have just lost another one. They're still behind, 238 for 8.
And with matches coming up against Kent and Worcestershire, then they might say, well, that's a position where we can really push it.
Kookaburra ball, remember? That's a bouncer from Aldridge, slow bouncer, which Dan Mosley has picked up very nicely. And hit down the ground for 4. I mean, I get all that, and that might well be the main thinking, but I still just take, if you look at, just turn it on its head a little bit and think what impact a win would have on them. It would be massive.
Shock, I think.
Well, I mean, they desperately want that. And to be fair, they have played, as Aldridge comes into bowl, and that's played a mid-off, there's no run. They have played some good red ball cricket this season. They just haven't been able to do it enough to win matches. They should have beaten Essex. They made a Horlicks of that. I hope I don't get in trouble with that company for saying that. But anyway, they made a mess of that in the third innings of the match. Otherwise, they should have won that.
And there's been some games here where there's no chance of a result, which doesn't help them.
As I was saying, even that very high-scoring game against Durham, they were arguably a little unlucky not to bowl them out second innings. That's left by Mosley. There's no run.
Oh, that's where Potts got the 100, wasn't it?
Yeah, but there were 6 wickets down at the end, Durham, and there were quite a few, appeals and things that might have happened and didn't. So I think they felt they were a little unlucky not to force a win in that game. They had the brilliant save against Hampshire, wasn't it? Well, apparently, I gave them up. I don't remember doing so, but Mark Robertson says I'd given it up on the commentary. Anyway, this next one, Mosley turns around to mid-wicket for a single. He moves on to 16. So, they're aware, of course, and Alex Davis, as captain, will be aware more than anyone, I'm sure, that they haven't got a win yet this season, and that's a bit of a blot against their name, and they would love to put that right, and if they do win, they'll have deserved it, because they have had the better of this match against a very good side. 2:13 for 5 anyway, the end of that over.
Well, it's going to be, by the time they get to say 12 o'clock, there's going to be probably about 65 overs remaining. Take a couple out for the changeover, so Warwickshire should be about 3:20, 3:30. They might just, I think that's 5 or 6 and over.
Yeah, still 87 remaining at the moment, isn't there? So,
yes, actually, I'm looking at the wrong side. 87, isn't it? Of course. Jack Leach from the pavilion end. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Dan Mosley. He's in, and Mosley comes down the wicket and falls over. His his boots slip. His studs don't keep him as he drives down to mid-off, and there's no run. But he was probably a good job he didn't miss that one, because he was lying flat on the floor outside of his crease.
He's throwing himself all over the place, Dan Mosley, at the moment.
A couple of times he's been on the deck this morning. Leach in again, and bowls, and Mosley goes back and works this one away to backward point, where they scramble through for the single.
Didn't get to watch too much of the 100, but I did watch some of it. I did tune into that remarkable final 10 balls that he bowled. I can't remember who they were playing, Phoenix, but the opposition only needed a very small number of runs in the last 10 balls and didn't get them. Mosley took, I think he took 3 wickets.
Leach, Leach in again and bowls, and Alex Davis runs this one away to cover point. Wants the single, but Mosley sends him back. As Jake Ball is quickly onto that and does the fielding. Back on the field today. He seems fully recovered from the injury which prevented him from finishing his overs yesterday. Leach in, bowls, and this is a shout for LBW, and not out is the reply. So, long look at that one before giving it. See if we can see it on the replay. It was a good big shout from Somerset for that one. I'm not going to see it on the replay. This next one is swept by Davis, gets a bottom edge on it, just enough to send it running down to fine leg for 4 runs. So 218 for 5 with that shot, and Davis goes on to 131 off 224 balls. The lead goes on to 316.
Yeah, it's enhancing Alex Davis's chances of getting to 1,000 runs this season. Came into this match on 771 in the championship.
It's Davis in, and he's bowled him. There's ball from Jack Leach, has bowled him. He's went back, and the ball's gone right through him. His bat went up as if towards mid-wicket, and so the Warwickshire captain has gone. He's gone bowled by Jack Leach for 131. Somerset have their first wicket of the morning. Warwickshire lost their 6th wicket, and comprehensively bowled, completely misread that, and ended up awkwardly sort of pushing at a ball, trying to hit it away, but well bowled by Jack Leach. I think Anthony was saying how much better he's bowled in this innings than in the first innings, and he's got just reward.
Yeah, good innings though from Alex Davis. 131 off 225 balls, 15 fours and a 6. So what's he got in this match? That gives him 158 in this match, so he's beyond 900 now for the season.
He was 907 this morning going in, and he's added, what, 24, something like that. So he's about 930 now.
So he should all be well, get to 1,000. Michael Burgess walks out. Alex Davis gives him instructions. Of course, that's a slight frustration for Warwickshire, or for Alex Davis. He's not out in the middle now to make the decisions. But he's had a chat with Michael Burgess. Have they got a number in mind? Have they got a time in mind? Number of overs left in mind? Have they decided we'll give ourselves X number of overs to try and bowl Somerset out, score as many runs as we can in the meantime? Or are they thinking we'll set them X to win? Or are they thinking we'll just bat on and make sure we don't lose? I don't think it's the latter, but it could be.
That was the last ball of Leach's overs, so Casey Aldrich will be bowling from the Birmingham end.
I think Bangladesh beat Pakistan by 10 wickets and Rawalpindi in the test match there. I mean, bowled them out for 146 in the second innings. And Aldridge then to bowl to Dan Mosley. He comes in to bowl, and that's played back to him. There's no run. Overcast here in Edgbaston, where this match might peter out to a 5 o'clock handshake draw, or it might prove to be a thriller. Time will tell.
Dan Mosley, I think a lot of expected from Dan this season.
Dry, that's a lovely shot. That's what he has got in his locker. It's not, is it going to go all the way?
Just.
Yes, it just about goes over the rope. And he moves on to 21. 2-2-2 for 6. Of course, big game coming up for Mosley in the T20 Blast, the quarter-final. Warwickshire desperately want to win that. Their habit of falling at the last hurdle in competitions continued in the 50-over Cup this season. So Aldridge comes into bowl. And Mosley hits that off his toes, and that's going to be consecutive boundaries. A little over pitch by Aldridge, but a lovely shot from Mosley. He's on to 25. Yeah, Warwickshire having brilliantly turned the quarter-final around to win that. Sadly, for the second season in a row, fell at the semi-final stage of the one-day cup. And of course, last season, last couple of seasons, I think, isn't it? They've lost in the quarter-finals of
the Blast. Yeah,
of the Blast. So they'll be desperate to win that. Mosley plays it as if that one kept a bit low. He ends up playing it onto the leg side for no run.
Yeah, just looking at the replay, it definitely kept hurried him into having to defend that one. Shot through a bit. Oh. Not as low as one or two of those in the test match. Shot through.
Warwickshire won't be upset to see one or two misbehaving. 226 for 6, Warwickshire. As Mosley turns that around to mid-wicket. There is a boundary rider there. Somerset haven't gone all-out attack with the field. They're not particularly encouraging Warwickshire to score briskly and get them in. They're still trying to contain them. They have got a slip in place. 227 for 6.
Michael Burgess is about to face his first ball. Batted well in the first innings.
Kent all out for 376. Worcestershire will need 101 to win at New Road. And Burgess tries to work that out onto the leg side. And this could be a pretty phenomenal round of games for Worcestershire, because they look to be heading for victory, and other results are going their way as well. 227 for 6, Warwickshire. They lead now by 325 with a minimum of 85 overs remaining, not taking into account the change of innings, which of course could conceivably come at lunch, in which case it won't affect.
It's going to be a big task for Somerset if it comes at lunchtime, though. They're going to be, I think that might be just asking too much. Jack Leach will continue from this pavilion end. He got that wicket with his final ball of his previous over. So he is in to be bowling to the left-handed Dan Mosley, who is on 26 from 61 deliveries. He's speeded up a little in the last 15-20 minutes, but very cautious at the start. Here's Leach in, gives that plenty of air, and Mosley is forward to that one, just running it away into the offside, and there's no run. .227 for 6. There's Leach in and bowls, and Mosley sweeps not entirely as the way he wanted, but he'll get back for 2. It wasn't quite as clean as he hoped for, but takes on to 229. He goes on to 28. So looking to pick up a boundary down at long leg, but it wasn't quite clean on the shot. Here's Leach in again. Mosley drives this one out into the onside, but again can't beat the short mid wicket, who does the fielding there. Here's Leach again, in and bowls, and Mosley comes forward to that one, takes the bat out of the way, covers the off stump. The ball goes through to James Rue behind the stumps. So Leach getting certainly a bit more out of it than he did earlier in the match. And Mosley thinks about the sweep again, but in the last minute decides not to, and again watches it go through harmlessly to the keeper. Leach getting through this over really quickly. He's in again, and forward comes Mosley, running it into the offside. He wants a quick single, but he's sent back by Michael Burgess up the final ball of the over. Another over ticks by, 84 remain, 229 for 6. They lead by 327.
So Warwickshire looking to score runs, but they're not being reckless by any means. They still have an eye on making sure they don't fall away quickly. That's last recognised batters in the middle at the moment, albeit the lower order batters, as we're supposed to call them these days, actually did contribute a bit in the first innings. Aldridge to continue, so looking for his first wicket of the innings. It's got to slip in places. I feel a quite funky position. I'll come to that in a moment. Burgess, well, he plays it straight to him there, Burgess. He's standing about 5 pitches away, just in front of the 2 others, saving a single at a roundabout cover. Maybe looking for a leading edge.
Any thoughts on that announcement this morning that Josh Hull is being called up for England after just 10 first-class matches?
Well done him. I mean, I haven't seen much of him. I'm not sure I've seen him at all. But he would have played. That one is played to square leg for 2 runs by Burgess.
Did he play in...
I was trying to remember whether he played in the one-day cup.
One-day cup, yeah.
Well, he wouldn't have had much time to bowl because Leicestershire scored 88. So
yeah.
they didn't exactly give themselves a lot to bowl. It may be. Everyone seems to be thinking that Ollie Stone will actually be the player that plays for Mark Wood. Aldridge comes into bowl, and that's pushing the off to mid-off. There's no run, so it may be an element of, if they're looking at him for the future, just giving him a little bit of experience of being around the England team in the setup, because the suggestion seems to be he's unlikely to actually play.
Yeah.
Good luck to him anyway. Aldridge comes into bowl. That's driven, and it'll be 1 run for Burgess, who moves on to 3.
Another young cricketer making his debut. Rocky Flintoff is out for a golden duck in Lancashire's 2nd innings today.
Jamie Porter might be feeling a little bit unloved at Essex, but
is he quick enough for what England are looking for?
That one is sure. Oh, it's a top edge from Mosley, which has gone over the wicketkeeper's head. And down for 4. He moves on to 32, 236 for 6.
Off the bat, that looked like that was going to loop straight into the wicketkeeper's gloves, but it carried on going, and a bit of fortune on his side.
236 for 6. You haven't lost those 2 early wickets. Lancashire haven't lost any more. So 184 behind Surrey now. A match that both these teams will have an eye on. In comes Aldridge, and Mosley does get a leading edge on that. Comes off the thigh pad. Did it come off bat? Well, we'll never know for sure because they didn't get a run. But it's the end of the over, 236 for 6. And Warwickshire's lead now is 334.
He's reached 32, but he's not looked entirely comfortable at times, Dan Mosley, this morning. But he's doing the job for Warwickshire.
Might be another factor. If Warwickshire feel that it's actually quite difficult to score quickly on here, then it's going to be difficult for Somerset as well. Another reason potentially for thinking about not going on for too long.
So Jack Leach to continue from this pavilion end. And Craig Overton down there at, is that Craig down here at deep mid-on, isn't it? He's just having a chat with Jack Leach. Is in to bowl from this pavilion end into Burgess, who plays this first ball back, and there's no run. Leach fields off his own bowling.
Notts also, like Lancashire, having lost a couple of early wickets this morning, are hanging in there a little bit now. 246 for 8, still 56 behind Durham.
Driven, and Leach dives down to his left and fields off his own bowling. No great power behind that drive from Burgess.
Second Division Glamorgan are holding Derbyshire up. They're now 12 ahead, 273 for 7. Haven't lost one today.
This one back, and again defended out into the offside. So right on the mark. Leach giving Burgess no opportunity to fire the ball away. He's in, and back goes and cuts this one out down to deep cover point, and they just jog the single. 237 for 6. Burgess moves to 4.
Yorkshire are making a little bit of a drama of chasing 103 to beat Sussex. They're nearly there, but they are 5 wickets down. 95 for 5. Need 8 more. Johnny Bairstow's come in now.
Leach, and this one is again just chopped away by Mosley down to deep backward point, and again they amble through for the single. So Warwickshire just going along in singles here against Leach, who's bowling a good tight line, gives that plenty of air, and it's going to be another single down to deep cover point. So nice tidy over from Leach, but couldn't get a further breakthrough. 239 for 6. The lead is 337.
So the game's ticking along. It's not racing along, it's ticking along. 1 wicket to fall today. Alex Davis for 131. Bowled by Jack Leach. And Aldridge to continue to bowl to Michael Burgess, who's on 5. Quite a breeze of white sight screen cloths behind him up billowing in the breeze, and Burgess leans back and plays that to point where it's well stopped. So 239. 9 for 6. In comes Aldridge. And Burgess plays that to mid-off. Uh, 239 for 6.
Unusual aircraft coming over the ground, just behind us. Don't normally get too many planes over centre of Birmingham.
Here's Casey Aldridge to bowl, and Burgess blocks that away. So still Warwickshire clearly not in the mode of we'll just bat another over or two and score as many runs as we can in that time. Like, doesn't look like a 12 o'clock declaration is imminent. Well, 12 o'clock's imminent, but not the declaration. Judging from the way they're playing. Unless it's just entirely down to how many overs they give themselves. But anyway, Aldridge comes into bowl and Burgess drives that. It's a nice enough shot, but it's straight to a fielder, so again there's no run.
Yes, you don't sort of sense that either of these two has really got a target or a figure in mind which they're trying to race to.
Aldridge turns. Oh, that's gone through and well, kept a bit low again. Pass off stumps taken by James Rue behind the stumps, not cleanly, but he stops it.
There wasn't much foot movement there from Michael Burgess. I think he was that one zipped through on him much quicker than anticipated and a little bit lower. But outside the off stump, just watching the replay there, it was well, it was close to the off stump, but not that close.
One possible theory is maybe Warwickshire got something like a 350 or 360 in mind as Aldridge comes in, plays a mid-on, there's no run, but aren't in too much of a hurry to get there. In other words, set them something like that, but make sure there aren't too many overs left. Might be why they're playing the way they are. 239 for 6. 337 is the lead. We have a minimum of 81 overs left in the day, including whatever we lose in between innings.
So 337 in 80 overs. It's 4 and over, just over 4 and over.
Lovely this match at Scarborough. I mean, Yorkshire are probably going to win, but they've lost the 6th wicket now. They've lost Johnny Bairstow. They only need 2 more to win. They're 101 for 6.
Jack Leach will continue to bowl to Dan Mosley. Mosley has one slip in place. He's in and bowls, and Mosley comes down the wicket and drives this one away through extra cover and picks up 4 runs. So that just breaks the pressure a little. And there was a nice shot from Mosley. He goes on to 37 with that shot.
I'll just hang on for a few minutes to do my update, and then Anthony will rejoin us.
As his Leach again is in, and this is played away, but just out to extra cover, and there's no run.
Yorkshire have now beaten Sussex. That's a big win for them, first against third. Yorkshire will almost certainly be in the top 2 in the second division now.
Here's Leach. That's full toss is stumped, and that's the end of Mosley. It was a full delivery, and Mosley went down the wicket, missed it completely, and James Rue had the bails off. So Mosley is stumped off Jack Leach for 37, and Somerset get their 2nd wicket of the morning. The Warwickshire 243 for 7.
Well, he got that one right, James Rue. Smart, quick piece of work. Probably didn't need to be that quick, to be honest, because Mosley was always going to struggle to get about, but it was a very well executed stumping, and Leach has 2 wickets this morning. Warwickshire, of course, without a frontline spinner in their team. Rob Yates, I guess, will be their main spinner.
Clever bowling that from Leach, though. He pushed it wider as Mosley came down the wicket and just almost yorked him with it and threw Mosley miles out of his crease in the end. The new batsman will be Michael Ray.
Well, he's not going to block, is he?
No. We saw a bit of that in the first innings. He gets on with it.
I mean, if they want a bat all day, they can always bring Ollie Hallen-Dolby in, because he'll keep them out. There's a chat with Michael Burgess. So, of course, the declaration might be out of their hands if Somerset can take these 3 wickets quickly.
So Jack Leach gets his 2nd wicket of the innings and his 2nd of the morning. So he's now 2 for 68 in this, the 19th over. Just waiting while the field is set.
I'm feeling a bit younger now, hearing a news story of a 102-year-old woman about to do a skydive. Let's hope for yet.
Leach in, and Ray, first ball, pushes it back and to the offside, and there's no run. Yes. Leach in again. Bowls, and he's bowled. Bowled. Ray goes for the sweep, misses it, and loses his off stump. So he didn't last too long this time. Leach gets the 3rd wicket, and this innings beginning to fall to the pieces here, Clive. I don't think we need to worry about the declaration.
Indeed. Well, as we've been saying throughout, Anthony's been saying throughout, that might be Warwickshire's best chance. It's of a win, I should say. I'll be doing the update in a moment, but good work from Jack Leach. 243 for 8, so they get the 2 wickets now. They'll be chasing 342 to win. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are now 243 for 8. So talk of a declaration might be taken out of their hands. They have a lead of 341 over Somerset, and Jack Leach, on the anniversary of his famous 1 not out for England when Ben Stokes was beating Australia almost single-handedly, has taken all 3 wickets this morning. That includes the Warwickshire captain Alex Davis. Fine innings from him. He made 131. Without it, Warwickshire would be in serious trouble now. He's also had Dan Mosley stumped for 37, and just now bowled Michael Ray, 2nd ball without scoring. Michael Burgess is still in there for 5. Warwickshire probably thinking about a declaration sometime soon, but may not have to make that decision now as Ollie Hallen-Dolby walks out to the middle. They're 243 for 8. They lead by 341. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. And on that bombshell, I shall invite Anthony Gibson to come back in.
Hallen-Dolby has been promoted in the batting order. He's come in ahead of Chris Rushworth. So it may just be that Alex Davis said, look, play a couple of overs back here. We just lost these wickets a bit too quick now. It's giving it too much. They're going to have too many overs. So ask Hallen-Dolby to play one of his resolute innings. Welcome back to Anthony. Good morning, Anthony. No, good afternoon now.
It is afternoon, yeah.
You're absolutely strictly correct.
I was just thinking it's this sort of borderline as to whether Somerset would go for the runs if they take these last 2 wickets very quickly. I think it would depend on how they started. They've got an attacking opening partnership who were both out in the first 2 overs in the first innings. But if Messrs Umeed and Kohler Cadmore were to get off to a fast start, then I think Somerset might carry things on. On the other hand, if they were to lose a couple of early wickets, I think they'd shut up shop.
Yep.
So well, it's fate of the game is in the balance. It could be decided one way or t'other in the next 20 minutes.
It's just interesting to see why Hannon Dolby has come in ahead of Rushworth because.
It's the other way around in the first innings, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Hannon Dolby and Rushworth are very different. So whether they just want Hannon Dolby to be there and play 2 or 3 overs back and just get them to the sort of overs they want to be able to make a declaration. Anyway, Leach will finish it over off. He's in and bowls to Hannon Dolby, who is beaten outside the off stump, comes across the wicket and sort of gets square on. Ball goes past the outside of the bat. Really good over from Jack Leach. A couple of wickets for him. Warwickshire 243 for 8.
Yeah, he's deserved those wickets, Jack Leach. He bowled very well yesterday without any luck, and of course had that stumping missed off his bowling, and who knows what difference that might have made had James Rew not missed the bails. But he made no mistake this morning with Dan Mosley. And it was interesting that certainly for the new batsman, Somerset putting 2 slips in and a leg slip, which indicates that they would like to take these 2 wickets sooner rather than later. We've got Casey Aldridge continuing from the Birmingham end. He's gone for 45 off for 12 overs and bowled quite so well this morning as he did yesterday. He's in to bowl to Michael Burgess, who rather fends this firm-footedly into the offside, and Tom Hable fields from extra cover. Just got the 1 slip, Craig Overton.
Lancashire lost a 4th wicket against Surrey. They're now 66 for 4. They trail by 174 with just 6 wickets remaining.
Yeah. Lancashire aren't very good at the moment. Don't know quite what's wrong with them, but they were dreadful in the One Day Cup. Aldridge in and bowls. This is played square of the wicket by Burgess, which means that Hannon Dolby will be on strikes. It's just a single, 244 for 8. The lead 342. If these 2 wickets were to fall in this over, there would be 77 overs left in the day, a maximum thereof, which would mean a scoring rate of over 4 and over, 4.5 and runs and over, something like that, which would take a bit of getting.
Yeah. I just wonder whether Hannon Dolby's role is to just see a few 2 or 3 more overs out.
Aldridge in and bowls to him is a bouncer, and Hannon Dolby doesn't have to duck to any great extent. Tall man though he is, it sailed over his head. And enthusiastic supporter down below us. It's not tractor, I hasten to say. Here comes Aldridge again. In and bowls to Hannon Dolby, and that comes off. I'm not sure what it came off.
Did it come off the arm?
So, yeah.
I think it might have been just
It wasn't bat or glove. It was well taken by James Rew, diving in front of Tom Hable at first slip.
I didn't think he was going to play for it, make any sort of move towards it, Hannon Dolby. In the end, he sort of carried on moving across, and the ball almost hit him, rather than him getting out of the way of it.
Aldridge has obviously decided to try him out with some short stuff. Oh, and he hangs his bat rather limply outside the off stump there. Does Hannon Dolby, inviting the ball to take the outside edge, which it very nearly did. And Craig Overton is signalling for something from the dressing room, not entirely sure what.
He wants that bigger bat sent out.
Sending Jack Leach back at deep backward point. They're offering Hannon Dolby the single, last ball of the over. He's in bowls, and Hannon Dolby won't take the single, he just dead bats that. Drops down on the offside. Craig Overton goes sprinting off, ball in hand for... Oh, he's going to have a break. Tom Lammonby is coming. No, he's not. Tom Lammonby is coming back on, and Archie Vaughan is going off. I hadn't realised that Archie Vaughan was out there. Anyway, it's the end of the over. It's 244 for 8. 79 overs remain in the day's play, which...
So the new ball's available, 80 overs now.
Yep.
So he's not going to take it by the look of it, because Jack Leach is, and why would you? He's just taken 3 wickets in a fairly quick time.
Well, also the new ball tends to go off the bat a bit faster than the old ball.
Yep.
And
although, to be fair, it didn't look like Oliver Hannon-Dolby was going to play too many shots to make it go anywhere.
No. But I think Hannon-Dolby against Jack Leach might be a bit of a sitting duck.
Yeah. So it's Burgess to face. It's 244 for 8, 342 the lead, with just these 2 wickets remaining. And it's just looking at the overs left in the day against the number of runs. As Leach will start this, so this will leave at the moment. If it was to close this over, there'd be 76 overs remaining. As Burgess drives down the ground and is prepared to take the single and bring Oliver Hannon-Dolby on to strike. So 245 for 8.
Well, perhaps Burgess isn't too bothered if Warwickshire do get bowled out. Yes, doesn't seem inclined to. Is that the new ball?
That's the new Jack Leach has taken the new ball. Does he often take the new ball, Anthony?
It's been known. Wouldn't say often. Just very occasionally. I suppose you get a little bit of extra bounce out of it. And he clearly doesn't mind gripping the new ball.
Yeah. So here he is with new ball in hand to bowl to Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who is defending that first ball of the with the new one. Back to Leach. Hannon-Dolby yet to get off the mark. There's 2 slips wait. Leach looking for his 4th wicket as he comes in and bowls, and Hannon-Dolby is resolute in defence out into the offside, and there's no run.
I wonder if Warwickshire have decided to give themselves 70 overs to bowl Somerset.
I think that's the. Seems to me that they got a number of overs in mind, and that's why Hannon-Dolby's been sent out to play this this sort of role. It's quite strange at this stage. Otherwise, there's Leach in, and Hannon-Dolby is back and just working his way into the offside, and there's no run. Otherwise, if they were going to add more runs to it, you'd have thought Rushworth, who's a much more attacking type of player, would have been sent out. But it does seem that Hannon-Dolby's out there with a mission. Leach in and bowls, and Hannon-Dolby, having said all that, goes for an expansive sweep and misses it and goes through to.
Quite a lot of bounce there. It was the bounce that defeated the sweep shot, and again, credit the new ball for that.
The field starts to scatter. So 1 ball to go in this, the 81st over. In the
yep, just the 81st,
yes. Yeah. This Hannon-Dolby is forward, and the ball squirts off the inside edge to short leg. End of another over. Another over ticks by. 245 for 8. The lead is 343.
Yep, and it's going to be Aldridge to continue from the Birmingham end. Craig Overton marshalling his troops. We're going to have 2 slips, looks like it. Tom Abel coming into first slip. Craig Overton at second, and the field is otherwise pretty much spread to give Burgess the single, so that Somerset can bowl at Ollie Hannon-Dolby. It's Aldridge to Burgess, who won't get a run here as he plays that up to a wide mid-off, where Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who I noticed is sporting facial hair, sort of moustache and beard set. Gives him a slightly sinister look. It's very, very fashionable facial hair at the moment.
Going back to the 1880s, they'll be like those.
Aldridge in and bowls. It takes Burgess on the pad. bobbles out into the onside, and Aldridge himself picks up. Tom Abel, eager as ever, comes out of slip to take the ball from Aldridge.
We're taking a few overs out the game here, Anthony. That's, I think, fairly obvious, isn't it? That they're just trying to run that number down. There is absolutely no desire or intention to score any sort of runs in the last couple of overs.
Aldridge in bowls, and this is pushed into a big gap on the offside, but Burgess has obviously decided not to take a single until the latter stages of the over. We've had 3 balls in it so far. Yeah, I'm surprised they're being quite as quiescent as they are.
Yes.
Because, I mean, runs are quite an important part of the equation. As Aldridge is in and bowls and gets Burgess into trouble there. It's taken on the inside of the right thigh, which is, I think, quite painful. He's just grimacing. Just striking him in an unprotected area, swings the bat in a certain amount of discomfort. So 4 balls have gone.
Gone quite grey overhead again. This isn't what I expected today. I thought.
No, I thought we were going to get sunshine all the way. It was
a bit breezy, but it's the cloud. I didn't expect as much.
Aldridge in bowls to Burgess, who drives away through the offside. 4 runs, nice shot. Field was in to try and keep Burgess at the business end, at this end, so that Leach could bowl at Hannon Dalby in the next over. But the consequence of that was that if he could beat the infield, he'd pick up 4 runs, which is exactly what happened. Burgess on to 11, 249 for 8, the lead 347. 1 ball remaining in the 82nd over. 77 overs and 1 ball remaining in the day. Less 2 for the change of innings. Aldridge bowls and 4 more from Burgess. Not very good bowling that from Casey Aldridge. It was a nice juicy half volley on off stump and a bit of a gift for Michael Burgess. 250 is on the board for Warwickshire, and the lead stretches past 350, now 350 for 1.
And they're still going to bat on, so we would, at the moment, 77, so we're going to start another over. So
74.
Yeah, it's 70 might be the number, you know. We will see.
Well, if Somerset allowed themselves to be bowled at in 70 overs, they don't deserve to be near the top of the county championship on this pitch.
Oliver Handolby will be facing. He's got 2 slips, a short leg around him. As Jack Leach looking to pick up his 4th wicket of the innings. He's on his way in to bowl to the left-hander. Handolby runs this away out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, if the last 2 wickets fell in this over, the required rate would be 4.74, which is getting close to the area where it wouldn't be.
Handolby lifts this one away, plays an attacking shot, lifts it away through mid-wicket. It's not quite going to get to the boundary, but they will get back for a couple of runs. It was in the air a long time over mid-wicket, and
I thought they could have taken 3 then. Big chase round you, me.
It was a long way to run for just 2, wasn't it? Yeah. They weren't exactly racing between the wickets, Burgess and Handolby.
Strange cricket's been played last evening and again this morning.
Here's Leach in and bowls, and Handolby is looking initially, I thought, to play that one away through the offside. In the end, he just about gets the bottom corner of the bat onto it, and it trickles back up towards Jack Leach, who fields. Handolby waits, and Leach into him again. Forward comes Handolby, and again defended into the offside. Is that Tom Abel who's done the fielding?
Certainly is.
And there's no run. 255 for 8. Leach gets through these overs really quickly. That's left by Hannon Dolby. A shout for LBW. It must have brushed the pad, but not out.
Cola Cadmore was doing the appealing there, and he's at backward point, so in the perfect position
Great view, yeah.
to assess whether that was going to go on and hit the stumps.
That's Leach in and bowls, and Hannon Dolby works this way into the offside and turns away towards square leg as if to say, I've done my job again this over. They are coming on. Now, I thought Hannon Dolby was walking down with a purpose as if to say that's us done, but he put the bat under his arm, took his gloves off and then bends down to do his shoelace up, so not what I thought at all.
Looks like Casey Aldridge is going to bowl another over from the Birmingham end. Not a very good over, his last one. Being hit for 2 fours by Michael Burgess through the offside. 2 half volleys.
Well, they were perfect for the shot, weren't they?
They were.
It was almost like, that was a nice shot. Can you do it again? And bang, he did. Having brought the field in.
So it's an in-out field, this one. We got the 2 slips. They're the ins, and most of the rest are outs, out on the boundary. Just 2 saving 1 at mid-off and mid-on. And Tom Bounton, even as we speak, is retreating at mid-on. Aldridge in and bowls to Burgess. Plays this into the onside. James Roux goes jogging across, but Jack Leach will trot in from the boundary to do the fielding. No run, because Burgess has set out his stall to shield Oliver Hannon Dolby as much as he can and farm the strike for himself as much as he can. 255 for 8, the lead 353 as Aldridge is into Burgess, who drives uppishly into the offside. We won't get 4 runs as Umeed is out there on the extra cover boundary. It's a sort of phony war at the moment, this game of cricket. Something you often see towards the tail end of innings in red ball cricket, with the set batsman or the senior batsman protecting the tail. Aldridge in and bowls, and swinging a thick inside edge onto his pad. It was near. If the pad hadn't been there, it would have been a thick inside edge onto the stumps, but deflects away.
Yeah, it saved him. His pads and that. Yeah, I think this is not so much Burgess protecting Hannon Dolby. I just think they're just counting, running the clock down to a set number of overs, you know, Anthony.
Well, 75 remain after this, so 73, allowing for the change of innings. This goes down to long leg to Jake Ball, and they will take the single, which means that Ollie Hannon Dolby has 2 balls to get through. What's Alex Wharf signalling there?
Well, I think he was actually sort of talking to Michael Burgess about the shot, because Burgess went for a cover drive and it got squirted out down to backward square leg off a thick inside edge.
Well, he might as well. He might have been signalling 4-4 for the over as well to Steve O'Shaughnessy. Umpires do after the 4th ball to just signal to each other.
Yeah, he tapped Burgess on the shoulder as well, so I think they were talking.
Aldridge is in and bowls, and this is pulled down to long leg for a single, which is a curious decision to take the single, but take it they do. Hannon Dolby moves on to 257 for 8, just 1 ball in the over then. What is Somerset going to do? Well, sort of hedging their bets, I think, is what they're doing. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 saving 1, a slip, and the rest on the boundary as Aldridge is into Burgess, who drives over the top of Tom Abel at backward point for 4 runs. That was short and wide from Casey Aldridge, who hasn't really bowled very well with the new ball. He's not used to taking the new ball, Casey Aldridge. And I'm not sure it's his strong suit. It's the end of the over, 261 for 8. The lead there for 359. We have got 75 overs remaining in the day's play. Knock the first ball of the next over off that, and 2 more, and you're left with 72.
Just surmising here, but it would think that if Warwickshire aren't going to...
it's just about 5 runs and over now.
Yeah, no, I think they'll go to 70. They'll run it down so that with the changeover there'll be 70 left, and I think they'll call it a day. Anyway, Leach starts a new over. Hannon Dolby goes for the sweep. He's caught behind, gets an edge, and it goes through to James Rue, who at the second chance bobbling catch. And Hannon Dolby's little innings has come to an end. He's out for 3. Jack Leach now has a 4th wicket, 4 for 71. So all the wickets this morning have gone to him. Hannon Dolby looking to sweep it away, but just got a little...
Sure whether it was glove or bat.
Yeah, it wasn't much of the bat, but it was enough. And it was a good catch in the end by Rue.
Yeah, bottom edge, I think.
Yeah, because they're never easy, especially where the shot's played like that. And Rue again has taken some good catches in this. Guilty of the one mis-stumping, but he's kept very tidily. So here's Warwickshire's last man, Chris Rushworth, coming out as it goes very grey overhead at the moment. I don't think rain's forecast.
Well, yeah, the Met Office giving a 70% chance of a shower at around about lunchtime. Yeah, 70% at 2 o'clock, 60% at 3 o'clock.
That's coming from nowhere. That,
drizzle at 1 o'clock.
Oh dear. 261 for 9. So at the end of this over, I'll make way for Clive to come back in. As just get Jack Leach to finish his over. Chris Rushworth hasn't yet reached the wicket. It's I have to say it's taken him a while to get there. Anyway, he's there now, and he's going to take his guard. Jack Leach 4 for 71, and Warwickshire 261 for 9. They lead by 359 as Leach is in to bowl to Rushworth and forward to defensive from the first ball from Rushworth. A bit of a rarity. You don't very often see Hannon Dolby out, actually. He's generally, if you look at the innings, he's usually got an NO against his name, or an asterisk. This one from Leach brings Rushworth forward again, playing it into the offside. Leach getting through these overs really quickly, and there's a silly mid-off gone in for Rushworth, who again comes forward and gets oohs and ahs from bowler and slip cordon as he pushes forward to that one off the pad, in bat on pad.
Light's not great now, is it?
No, it isn't. I'm surprised the lights aren't on actually at the moment. This one is left outside the off stump, pushed through quicker ball by Leach, looking for his 5 for. Already had one in the game with Ed Barnard. And Leach pushes the field back for Rushworth to give him the single. He throws that up. It's left outside the off stump. End of another over, 261 for 9. We've got 74 overs remaining.
Yep, and no declaration yet. Jack Leach possibly on the verge of what would be his first 5-fer of the season. His best thus far, 3 for 97. So these are his best figures of the season. And looks like Jake Ball is going to replace Casey Aldridge at the Birmingham end. Jack Leach 4 for 71 in 22 overs, both very tidily, and got the all-important wicket of Alex Davis this morning, with one that Davis seemed to be in two minds about, and it ended up not really playing much of a shot at all. Lost his middle stump. 70 over, do you reckon, is the mark?
Possibly. Clearly there is. It is more about time and overs left, isn't it?
He's ball in and bowls, and Burgess won't get a single. He could have had a single as it goes down to Josh Davey on the third man boundary.
Because it's almost as if they're saying, well, we want to score a few runs, but we don't want to score too many. We don't want to set them too high a target. We just want to make sure they don't have too many overs to get them in. So there's no real rhyme or reason to when they take a single and when they don't.
No, quite. But the lead now 360. As Fortis in and bowls and takes Burgess on the pad, gets him in a bit of a tangle.
I mean, I'm rather hoping that Jake Ball knocks out the middle stump now and puts us out of our misery.
Yeah.
But clearly, well, what is it? If it is 70 overs, it's this over in the next one, isn't it? And that would be it.
Yeah.
The only other thing is, what's the ruling on lunch when they get close to lunch?
Well, they can take an extra half hour, up to an extra 8 overs. This is played back up the pitch. If there are 9 down.
Yeah. Well, floodlights are coming on, by the way. Well, unless I suppose they could be thinking of back until 10-2.
It's actually at the umpire's discretion, isn't it? I think they can take the extra half hour even if there are only 8 down. If the umpires think there's a good chance that the innings will.
I like to think they won't still be batting them, but they might have decided they'll try and go till 10-2, which means you take lunch there and then, wouldn't you? Because it wouldn't be time to.
He's ball in and bowls, and this is turned away through the onside, but Jack Leach will do the fielding, and they won't take the run.
And of course, the effect of that would be they wouldn't lose the 2 overs in between innings. So I suppose they might have that in mind.
Two balls remain in the over. At least the scoreboard says 3, but I think it's. Has he bowled a no ball? Don't think he has.
No.
Oh, I know why. Because he only bowled. Why there's discrepancy? Because one of his overs consisted of only 5 balls. So 4 balls have gone in the over. As this is played up to mid-on, that's the 5th ball of the over. But he's only bowled 9.4 overs.
Elsewhere, Notts are still hanging on. They're 33 behind Durham now, 8 wickets down. But Lancashire in big trouble now, 84 for 5.
Doomed.
Worcestershire only chasing 101 to win. They are 37 for 2 against Kent.
His ball. Last ball of the over. He's in bowls to Burgess, who pulls this away through the onside. It won't go for 4. Tom Banton will chase it down. They'll come back for a second run, which rather defeats the object of the exercise of not taking the singles earlier on in the over, because it means that Chris Rushworth will be on strike for the start of the next over.
That's further evidence that they may have a figure and overs in mind, but they might be quite close to that figure. That might be the reason why.
But why not take the singles earlier in the over if you're going to expose Chris Rushworth to a full 6 balls from?
Well, anyway,
bit muddled thinking, if you ask me.
It looks like Dave Fletcher's going to have a double weekend. His beloved Tranmere Rovers won yesterday, and it looks like Derbyshire are going. Well, they are going to win. Surely they need chasing 27 to beat Glamorgan at Derby. I mean, brought them out for 287. Not quite a treble for Dave, because his Burton Albion team that he covered, I think, drew yesterday. But even the double of a Tranmere win and a Derbyshire win at the same time is probably pretty rare.
Well, this is passing the. No, it will be.
No,
exactly
the end of this over.
Yes, it'll be.
So it could be Leach's last chance to get a fifer as he bowls to Rushworth, who pushes it back to him. There's no run. Leach walks in, bowls. Rushworth defends that solidly.
It's not, I mean, from the point of view of the lunch break's not ideal time to declare.
In comes Leach. That's left. I suppose it makes it slightly difficult for the batters. It might be.
Well, it does, but you'd have thought they put the batters under more pressure if they had half an hour to get through, instead of which they'll have about 15 minutes.
Leach into bowl. And Rushworth plays that back to him. There's no run. Well, so don't rule out the possibility they might bat 2 lunch, by which I mean 10-2, and decide to give Somerset 2 sessions, or give themselves 2 sessions to bowl them out. That's played back to Leach. There's no run. 263 for 9. We're going through the motions towards what will be the main part of today's play. Soon that one goes past the outside edge of Rushworth's defensive shot. It is not 70 overs that they have in mind, because they are not coming off. 263 for 9. I'm now thinking I'm thinking it's 10-2 now, which may be too late to encourage Somerset to go for it.
Well, they'd need, as things stand, if the declaration came at this moment, Somerset would need to score 362 runs at a rate of 5.16 runs per over, which, if it was a one-day match, I think would not be beyond the bounds of possibility. But I'd be surprised if they had a real go at it. Jake Ball to bowl another over. Outside the off stump through to James Root. Effectively it's his 11th over. Less 1 ball. He's now bowled 60 deliveries, and they've cost 42 runs, and he hasn't taken a wicket. And he hasn't had a great season since he joined. He's taken 14 wickets, top of the bowling averages, Jake Ball. He's in and bowls and defensive shot from Michael Burgess, but he hasn't looked like running through sides. He did pick up a 5 for up at Chester Street against Durham, 5 for 62, his best figures. Leading wicket taker before this game was Miguel Pretorius, and we don't know what the situation with Miggy Pretorius is, as to whether he's still on Somerset's books. He's been with South Africa and the West Indies, ball in and bowls, and this is played up to Tom Banton at deepish mid-on. What's the time? The time is 12:40 as near as damn it. So if they were to declare now, they'd only have 10 minutes to bowl at Somerset before lunch. So I think you may be right, Clive, that they're going to give themselves 2 sessions to bowl Somerset out. Ball in bowls. This is played away through the offside, but there won't be a run.
Because they do have happy memories of bowling Somerset out on the final day of a county championship match. Clinched the county championship years ago by bowling Somerset out on the final day.
When was that?
That would be 2021, COVID year, I think. Or 22, hang on, I'll try and work that out now.
Oh, inside edge onto pad there, and they take the single, 264 for 9. I ought to remember, because I'm sure I was here.
You were. Because I remember you said that Somerset would have to play very badly to bowl out in the final day.
And they did.
It was, 2021.
Oh, that was the season when we were playing the conferences, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And Somerset were in the hunt coming into September. The last 4 games, I think it was, and they were absolutely dreadful throughout September. His ball in and bowls to Rushworth. Peel for LBW without any conviction. It's going well down the leg side. It's the end of another over. 264 for 9, the lead 362. Somerset would need 363 in 68 overs, assuming that Jack Leach bowls a ball of this next over, which gives every indication that he will do.
Oh.
So the required rate just creeping up all the time. The theoretical required rate. As I say, I think Somerset have got a naturally attacking pair of opening batsmen in Umeed and Kola Cadmore. You might find that surprising, Clive, having seen Umeed here at Warwickshire, but he has altered his approach.
Well, Leach comes into bowl round the wicket to Burgess, and that's run down to Shortish third by Burgess. Doesn't consider a run. He's on 23. I'm sure he'll like to remain not out at the end of all this. I don't know how to describe it really. Leach comes in now to bowl to him, or he leans back. He's carved that away. There is a boundary rider, and he declines to take a run. So it remains 264 for 9. And Leach bowls, and Burgess plays that back to him for no run. Murmurs around the crowd, which is a little on the low side as Leach comes into bowl, and he's hit that high in the air. Well, that's going to go all the way for 6. Which leads to a few. I was woken a few up in the crowd, I think. Well, yeah. That's there will be a purpose to this, exactly what it is I'm not entirely sure. It does make Burgess, because that's his 4th 6 of the match. I think that makes him now Warwickshire's top 6 hitter in the championship. It's his 8th of the season. As he pushes out to the offside, there's no run.
Yeah, he took a fancy to Jack Leach during the first innings. Hit him for certainly 3 sixes.
Yeah. He's now on 29 to his 69 in the first innings. Mid on, mid off come in. Last ball of the over. Is it the last ball of the innings? Probably not now, I would think. As Burgess makes room, and well, it is the last ball of the innings because he's been caught, and Jack Leach has a fifer. He just can't quite believe it, Michael Burgess. He's just standing there leaning on his bat. He tried to cut that, and Tom Lammerby takes a comfortable catch, and Burgess goes for 29, and in the end, Warwickshire don't make a decision. 270 all out. So we will have Somerset batting for 5 minutes before lunch. And they will be chasing 369 to win in 68 overs.
Which is a rate of 5.4 runs per over. And that was the first fifer of the season for Jack Leach, and the 27th of his first-class career. And he thoroughly deserved it. But, well, Messrs Umeed and Kola Cadmore will have just an awkward couple of overs, I suspect, to get through prior to lunch.
Leach has taken all 5 today, so he's getting applauded as he walks ahead of and holds the ball, holds it up in the air to acknowledge the applause of his teammates and spectators. It sounds like there are a few in the members area.
Fifer on the 5th year anniversary of his one not out at Headingley. So Jack Leach Day being very appropriately marked.
Well, perhaps he'll hit the winning runs at 6:30 this evening.
Well, perhaps he might have to, or hold the fort.
Let's just go through the card today. So Warwickshire were 5 down overnight. Alex Davis went on to make 131 off 225 balls, 15 fours and 1 6 before he was bowled by Jack Leach. That was 218 for 6. Dan Mosley hit 1 or 2 attacking shots, but was stumped charging down the pitch to Leach. Smart piece of work from James Roux, and he went for 37 off 73 balls, 7 fours. That was 243 for 7. Michael Ray lasted just 2 balls, trying to sweep Leach. He was bowled for a duck. 243 for 8. Ollie Allen Dolby was eventually caught behind off Leach by James Roux for 3. He faced 18 balls, 261 for 9. And just now, Michael Burgess caught Lambie bowled Leach for 29, which came off 47 balls, 3 fours and a 6, and it left Chris Rushworth not out, having faced 12 balls. No extras today, I don't. Yeah, I think there was a leg bye today, wasn't there? There were only 2 extras though in the innings, which is quite remarkable. Just 2 leg byes in the entire innings. The bowlers who bowled today: Josh Davey, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 42. Craig Overton, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 39. Jake Ball, 10.5 overs for 43. Casey Aldridge, 15 overs, none for 60. But the standout, Jack Leach, 24 overs, 5 maidens and 5 for 77. Warwickshire all out for 270. Somerset chase, well, I'll say chase. They may like decide not to chase them, but they have set a target of 369 with a minimum of 68 overs left in the game. Elsewhere, Nottinghamshire still hanging on. The 9th wicket pair are holding Durham up. Lyndon James and Ollie Stone have faced 150 balls between them now. They're both on 29. Notts 282 for 8, are 20 runs behind Durham. They've had a bit of rain at Southampton, but they are back on, where it's really just a battle for bonus points in the Hampshire first innings. 135 for 2. In reply to Essex 438 for 8. I suppose Essex could try and get 80 more wickets in the day and force a follow-on, but it doesn't look likely. Lancashire have, well, they're getting a little bit of a partnership going for the 6th wicket. They've had 22 so far, but they're 104 for 5 against Surrey. They're still 136 behind Surrey's first innings total. Worcestershire have suffered no further damage and are halfway to their target of 101, or just over halfway. Can't be exactly halfway, of course, but they're 51 for 2, having bowled Kent out for 376 earlier. And the second result of the day has come in the 2nd division, and it is a win for Derbyshire. Bottom of the county championship. It is their first county championship win of the season, which I don't think would be quite enough to take them off the bottom, but they bowled Glamorgan out for 287 today, which meant they needed just 27 to win, and they got them without loss. So well done to Derbyshire in beating Glamorgan, which is a blow to Glamorgan's already outside-ish promotion hopes. Earlier, Yorkshire greatly enhanced their promotion hopes. They are up to 2nd in the table and will probably stay there at the end of this round of matches, chasing 103 to beat Sussex. They did make a bit of a meal of it, but they got there to win by 4 wickets at Scarborough. The other game in the 2nd division is an almost certain draw. Leicestershire 155 for 1, the Gloucestershire by 13. There are 2 games in the 2nd division. The other one probably a draw, although Middlesex will still have some hopes, and Northants are 50 for 2 in their 2nd innings. They're still 7 runs behind Middlesex's first innings total. So that's the state of play elsewhere. We are about to see about 10 minutes of Somerset's innings. The problem is the heavy roller is still going up and down the pitch. Umpires are saying, "You're not done yet." The groundskeeper's looking at his watch and saying, "Oh, I thought I had more time." Okay. Anyway, he'll chug off in a moment, no doubt, as two opening batters come out. I'm hoping, much as that Warwickshire won't be hoping it, but I'm hoping that Andrew Umeed makes some runs at least in the second innings and has returned to Edgbaston because he was out for a duck, as was Tom Kohler-Cadmore, of course. They were none for two, Somerset, at one stage in their first innings. So they'll hope for a better start here. They have an awkward little 10-minute spell now, just under 10 minutes. Ollie Hallen-Dolby is handing various accoutrements to the umpire, his sweater, his sunglasses, his hat. Oh, you've heard the announcer there. So Ollie Hallen-Dolby from the Birmingham end to bowl. To Kohler-Cadmore first. Both these batters are on the score they got in the first innings at the start of the second. So both will be trying to avoid a pair. Hallen-Dolby with 3 slips in place.
Will Tom Kohler-Cadmore give him the charge? As he did in the first innings, fatally.
Well, you'd think he'd want to be there after lunch. 3 slips in place. Here comes Hallen-Dolby from the Birmingham end. Oh, he does come down the pitch and he hits it in the air and he's almost caught. It was, I'm not sure it was quite a chance. But Hamza Sheikh, yeah, diving to his left. Seemed to get something on it, but couldn't cling on to it. And he did almost perish first ball. He's off a pair. That's the good news for him. He's on 1.
Goodness me.
What's the thinking then?
Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
So Andrew Umeed.
He would say, that's the way I play.
Yes, that's always designed to wind people up. Anyway, Hallen-Dolby comes into bowl to Umeed, who takes a little step forward. He's hammered that through the offside. So both batters have avoided a pair, and Andrew Umeed's played a lovely shot there for 4. And certainly at the start of the innings, Somerset appeared to be going for it. 5 without loss.
Well, there you are. There's a good example of the new, improved Andrew Umeed. Very different batsman to the one who scored that very, very slow century here for Warwickshire. But as I said earlier on, I think these two will go for their shots and see where they get to. But if Somerset lose a couple of wickets, they'll shut up shop.
Well, both batters have stepped out of their crease, so Michael Burgess has decided he's going to stand up. That's the wicket-keeper. Try and discourage that. Hallen-Dolby into bowl. And he makes room and just got bat on that to mid-off. But
that was the bail.
So did I. So did I for a moment. Yeah. Well, dear. Clearly these two haven't been told shut up shop until lunch.
Just calm down, boys. Just calm down.
5 without loss. This is right, they're going to 1 by T, Somerset. In comes Hallen-Dolby to bowl to Umeed. It's going down the leg side, so well stopped by Burgess.
These two, Hallen-Dolby and Umeed, will know each other pretty well, won't they? Because they would have been contemporaries here at
I think I was thinking probably just about the only one. Hallen-Dolby, quite a few years ago now. At
2017.
Yeah.
Chris Wokes, if he was playing.
Yeah, possibly Sam Hay may have been around.
Yeah, Sam Hay was certainly around. Yeah. Of
course, not around in this match. As Hallen-Dolby comes into bowl to Umeed, who drives that, doesn't quite time it, and it goes to mid-on. There's no run. So what we're going to get, probably 2 overs before lunch, this one and the next, which presumably will be bowled by Chris Rushworth,
who bowled a very, very good first over in the Somerset first innings.
Splendid to see him back from a Warwickshire point of view.
Knocked out Tandy Umeed's off stump with an absolute jaffer.
As Hannon Dolby into bowl, and Umi drives that. That's going to be 4 runs. So taken 9 off the first over, and chasing 369 to win. They're going to get them at this rate in what, 41 overs, 9 without loss.
Well, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that history will repeat itself. These two did give the run chase down at Taunton a fast start. They added, I think it was 44 for the first wicket in the space of about 6 overs, and that was the launch pad for a bigger run chase than Somerset face here.
Just note that Nottinghamshire have lost their 9th wicket now, 285 for 9, and they're still 17 behind Durham.
A good side, Durham, and they've been playing very good, positive cricket as well. Be at all surprised to see them near the top of the First Division table come the end of the season. They're coming to Taunton next Thursday. Big game for both sides. Here's Rushworth then to bowl what I suspect will be the last over before lunch. He's bowling to Kola Cadmore, who comes down the pitch again and just plays a defensive shot this time. I suppose it's an alternative trigger movement, I think. These 2 little steps down the pitch. Something that Tom Banton does, not quite so pronounced in such a pronounced manner as Kola Cadmore. Let's get the bowlers dander up a bit. I'd like to see opening batsman coming down the pitch to a big fast bowler with a new ball in his hand. Here comes Rushworth into Kola Cadmore, turns this away through the onside for 4 runs. Very nice shot. I think I haven't seen the replay on that. I suspect if he'd missed it, it would have been a pretty big LBW appeal. Let's watch that. Where's he taking that from? Just about on leg stump. I think it would have gone down. Fair enough. Shot to play. 13 without loss. Kola Cadmore on to 5. 4 balls remain, we think, until the lunch interval. This familiar sort of knock-kneed approach from Rushworth. Oh, and he goes through an aggressive offside shot from Kola Cadmore. Michael Burgess standing up to the stumps. Keep Kola Cadmore honest, keep him in his crease. Perilous 3 balls to come, I think, from Rushworth. If Kola Cadmore can survive them, well, he and Umeed will have given the innings a good start. But whether he will remains to be seen. But this time he's playing that square of the wicket, and Barnard will field at cover point. Two balls remain. What was my 12:59? It says on my telephone. Rushworth. 2 slips go down. He's in bowls to Kola Cadmore, who goes for a big shot on the offside, misses it, doesn't get an edge. If he had got an edge to that, it would have been a tough catch for Michael Burgess, because he's going at it hard. Is Kola Cadmore, and Chris Rushworth is definitely on the fast side of medium fast. Right, 1 more ball in the over. We suspect this is the last ball before lunch. It's Rushworth to Kola Cadmore. He's in bowls, and Kola Cadmore this time plays a conventional push into the offside. We're going to get another over in. The umpires are taking up their positions. We can't see the clock which they're using. Looks as though they might do. Yep, I think we don't know. Steve O'Shaughnessy takes the veils off. They're going in for lunch. 13 without loss. So Somerset need another 356 runs to win in a maximum of 66 overs with all of their wickets intact.
Yes, I've got to do an update, so I'll hang on for that. But interesting morning. We could have an interesting day ahead. Let's hope the weather stays clear, because that would ruin everything.
Well, it was an eventful couple of overs, was it not?
It was. Yeah, 13, so 6.5 and over they scored there. Carla Cab were almost out first ball.
Played and missed a couple of times. Andy Umeed likewise.
Yeah. So off come the players. See, didn't go exactly to plan for Warwickshire, because they didn't get to declare in the end. When they would have declared, well, I'll say we'll never know. We can ask them, I suppose, but we think it might have been about 5 minutes later than they were actually bowled out, because that would have taken them to lunch.
Required rate is just fractionally under 5.4 runs an over.
Yeah.
Which is about the rate that Somerset scored to chase down the 410 at Taunton.
There we are.
And they've certainly started with a clear sense of purpose.
They have. Highlight of the day, of the session, of course, Jack Leach's 5 for taking all 5 wickets this morning.
Yep, and Brian Holford just telling me that Leach's figures this morning, 5 for 18 in 49 balls.
Update coming up very shortly. And then we'll be back, of course, after lunch. Wins so far today for Derbyshire and Yorkshire, both in the 2nd division. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have been bowled out for 270 in their first innings, which has set Somerset a target of 300 in their second innings, I should say, which has set Somerset a target of 369. And former England spinner Jack Leach took all 5 wickets this morning, including that of the Warwickshire captain Alex Davis, for 131. Warwickshire looked as if they were heading towards a declaration, but weren't quite there yet when their last wicket fell. Somerset faced 2 overs before lunch, and they were pretty attacking in those, with Tom Kohler-Cabot and Andrew Umeed both hitting some attacking shots, but both taking risks. 13 without loss at lunch. They need 356 more in a minimum of 66 overs to win. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. So there we are. That's it from us for now. We will be back after lunch for this run chase, which has implications at the top and bottoms of the table. We'll join you then.
Worcester, and that was between Worcestershire and Kent. Kent in their first instance dismissed 171, and in their second 376. Worcestershire in their first innings scored 447, and a lunch of 55 for 2, requiring 46 runs from 68 overs. At the CSBU Stadium in Bristol, the match between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire
welcome back to Edgbaston, where it looks like, well, we are starting on time after lunch. There was some time because we had a little bit of rain. Just a light bit of rain. The hover cover is on. It's still on. Or rather, it's poised. It's poised. And ground staff just having a chat with the umpire now. But the certainly the Warwickshire fielders are all in the huddle ready to come out. So I assume we are starting.
Well, light's not very good, is it?
Floodlights on now. I should be able to play this.
Spoil what is potentially a good afternoon cricket. The noise you can hear is the hover cover.
And normally that's a noise filled with dread because it means it's about to come on. But in this case, it's been taken off. Just confirmation that during our lunch interval that Durham completed a victory over Notts by an innings and 17 runs. What that means from Warwickshire's point of view, they started the match 6 points behind Notts, so if Warwickshire lose, they will still close the gap by 3, but they will be behind them, so almost certainly in the bottom 2. If Warwickshire draw, then that puts them 5 points ahead of Notts, and of course if they win, it puts them 21 points ahead, which would be massive. Big win for Durham, that, who getting maximum batting points when it's 450 is not easy. Durham were the one county who did it with monotonous regularity last season in the second division, and they've done it again in this match. They take the full 24 points to take them to 126. So they're going to be well clear. I'll be looking up, not I think to the top of the table, but looking at the sort of third, fourth, even second place positions.
It's raining over Birmingham city centre.
Yeah. So we are poised to start with the ground staff. Have only taken the hover cover just over the ropes and are pointedly sitting on it, ready to bring it back on again.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
In fact, I think
it's raining. I think
we're coming off. The umpires,
yeah, it is raining.
Are looking. Crowd don't like it. Warwickshire, one of the batters is walking off. Warwickshire don't want to come off. The batters are having a chat. And we are going off. And of course we can't, you can hear what some of the crowd think of that, but it is raining, to be fair to the umpires now.
It's raining quite heavily now.
Yeah, and of course we can't get these overs back being the final day of the match. It certainly makes the Somerset victory less likely. Well, it makes either side victory less likely, but in terms of the run chase, if we're off for more than a few minutes, it's going to, well, pretty much end Somerset's chances of winning, but it will also reduce Warwickshire's hopes. So there we are. That was an interesting commentary. The situation obviously hasn't changed since lunch, so we didn't get the ball bowled, so Somerset 13 without loss. What has changed now is how many overs they've got left, chasing 369 to win. Was going to be in 68 overs, it'll be in less than that now.
Well, they'll lose an over for every 3.75 minutes.
Yeah. The umpires have stayed out there. Or are they now coming in? No, they're now coming in. Given that one or two in the crowd have expressed frustrations, I never think it looks terribly good when the umpires are ambling off, obviously not getting wet particularly.
It's not raining heavily, it's just it's drizzle more than anything. But
could we have played in this? Obviously it's down to the umpires, not me, and they feel that we can't. And there we are. So we'll leave it. There's plenty of action going on elsewhere, some fascinating matches going on. If you want to listen on the BBC Online, of course you can follow all the games on the BBC Cricket page. But unfortunately, the other news, by the way, and it's not surprising it's close to here, and they still have plenty of time left, but they are now off for rain at New Road, with Worcestershire still 46 runs short of their target. But you would imagine they'll get back on at some point. to try and get those. But we're off here with Somerset 13 without loss, needing 356 more to win. Warwickshire need 10 wickets. For the time being, we'll say cheerio. Well, that lovely sound you hear, it's the hover cover being taken off. So we are going to get back on. We have lost 10 overs.
Yeah, and with those 10 overs, I think any hope that Somerset might have had of chasing down the 356 more runs that they need. They've only got 56 overs now in which to do so, and that's a rate of very nearly 6.4 runs an over, which I just don't think is feasible.
Although the way Cowboy Umid started.
I mean, these two will probably carry on playing their natural games. But I think from the Somerset perspective, it's important they don't lose wickets and they don't give Warwickshire a sniff.
Elsewhere, we mentioned that Nottinghamshire lost to Durham, and Lancashire clinging on, but they're 6 wickets down, 142 for 6, 98 runs behind Surrey, and they are getting back on about now also at New Road, where Worcestershire need just 46 more to win. They were interrupted by rain, but should still be okay, you would think. Middlesex are giving themselves a sniff of a chance at Northwood. In the second division, they have Northants 87 for 4, leading by 30. Win so far today for Sussex and Derbyshire, both in the second division. For Yorkshire and Derbyshire. Nearly for Sussex, they got 6 wickets, but didn't quite manage it. Yorkshire and Derbyshire both winners today.
Well, I've been saying all season that Yorkshire are going to come up into the first division, which is
I've
where they ought to be.
I tipped Sussex for the second division title, so I'm a bit disappointed by that result. Do you want to take this over?
Yep, it's Hannon Dalby from the Birmingham end to bowl to Andy Mead.
Just a very solid defensive shot there through me. Are we going to get that for 56 overs?
Perhaps he will revert to his previous type, which is very much as a stonewaller for Warwickshire when he was here back in 2017. He's become a dasher for Somerset, but he needs to score some runs. His place in the side is at stake, with Lewis Goldsworthy breathing down his neck. Down the leg side, and that's not sure if that hit anything. It's run away for 4 leg byes just off the pad. 17 without loss. Yes, he's both of these two have their places in some doubt. Lewis Goldsworthy could come into the side to replace either of them, as they've been less than convincing. Andy Mead still hasn't scored a century for Somerset's best 74. Hannon Dalby is in to bowl to him, and he turns this into the onside, but won't get a run as Jacob Bethel. Jacob Bethel, who I'm not sure if it's official yet, but
I haven't seen it anywhere.
I've seen it. That's where I got it. I can't remember where I saw it. On the BBC Sport website. That's where it came from.
I looked there. I couldn't find it.
And he is rumoured to have been selected for the England white ball team to play Australia in 3 international T20s in September. As Hannon Dalby is in and bowls, and there won't be a run here as Bethel again fields at mid-wicket. And Dan Mosley again is mentioned in dispatches as likely to be selected. There's been nothing from the ECB yet.
No.
But I didn't make it up. I think it was on the BBC Sport website. Possibly on the Times, but one or the other. Those are the 2 websites I've been looking at while the rain was coming down. Hannon Dalby in a bowls, and there'll be a run here for Umid as he turns that through square leg out to Hamza Sheikh, coming in off the deep square leg boundary. 18 without loss. We're in the 3rd over. See how Kola Cadmore plays this sensibly, one hopes. Not least for his sake. Hannon Dalby in bowls, and Kola Cadmore gets in a bit of a tangle, plays and misses, taken by Michael Burgess. Dakota Cadmore not coming down the pitch at Alan Dorby because of the presence of Michael Burgess standing up to the stumps. And just comes half forward in the crease. Plays a defensive shot, misses it, gets away with it. 18 without loss. We have had 3 overs and just the 1 over since the resumption.
Spotting the BBC website, that Derbyshire win against Glamorgan apparently was their first home win for 1,803 days.
Good Lord.
So that's why I say I think Dave Fletcher would probably never have had a.
It's a hard road to hoe, isn't it? Being the
Yes,
BBC's Derbyshire
but to have
cricket
that
commentator
at the same time as Tranmere winning at home as well would have been quite something for Dave Fletcher. Anyway, Chris Rushworth comes in to bowl, and that was stopped on Newmead a bit, went up in the air off his bat, but bounced well short of Jacob Bethel. So Warwickshire need 10 wickets to win the game. Somerset need 351 more runs. Whether they make much of an effort to get them or whether they just make sure they get the
I don't think they're going to make
points for a draw.
I think they're going to settle for the draw. And
Rushworth comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. Fielded by Hamza Sheikh, making his Warwickshire first-class debut. Not quite a fairy tale start for him, but did okay in the second innings, making 21. Scored 8 in the first. But he will be back. Rushworth comes into bowl to Umeed, who plays that back to him. There's no run.
it's in the Times. That's where I got it from. The swashbuckling 20-year-old Warwickshire all-rounder is one of several new faces expected to be selected for next month's T20 and ODI series against Australia. That's Lizzie Ammon,
Will they?
who is usually pretty well informed.
The dates of those, I just wonder whether that will impact them in terms of the T20 quarter-final. That would be desperate news for the Bears if that's the case. Anyway, Rushworth to Umeed. He floats that one up slower ball, and again, it does come in the air off Umeed's bat. He's a little early onto it, but has been grounded long before it reaches mid-on.
I'll look him up for you.
Rushworth turns to bowl to Umeed, who hits that out to the offside. It was a little bit short and wide, and Umeed's taken full advantage, and it will just about reach the ropes despite the efforts of Hamza Sheikh to chase it down.
They are 11th, 13th and 15th of September, the international T20s against Australia. The last quarterfinals are in the previous week.
Okay, so they'll probably be all right then. It'll be a relief for the Bears. Rushworth into Umeed, plays back to that to the offside for no run.
And a Somerset connection to all of that. Marcus Trescothick is in temporary charge of the team for the series, while the ECB searches for a permanent replacement for Matthew Mott. Joss Butler will captain. Bethel's Warwickshire and Phoenix teammate Dan Mosley could be another new face in the side after also impressing the selectors.
In comes Rushworth, and that's just guided out to the offside for no run by Umeed. End of the over, 24 without loss, 4 overs gone, 54 left. So they are going at 6 and over at the moment, just slightly below the required rate.
Yes, but you can't really keep up a rate of 6.5 runs and over this length of time with Warwickshire having the ability to set the field back. It's also it's not a wicket on which it's easy to score quickly. Tom Kohler-Cadmore just adjusting his underwear. He does tend to have cricket trousers that have a tendency to fall down when he's, particularly when he's fielding. It's a characteristic he shares with Matt Renshaw, the Australian, who was forever losing his trousers down around his knees. Ollie Hannon-Dalby to bowl another over, 24 without loss. He's in, bowls to Kohler-Cadmore, who drives pleasantly into the offside. Mosley fields at extra cover, and there's no run. What day's finals day? 14th. Isn't that the same day? That's in the middle of the series. So if you get through to finals day, I don't think you will have the benefit of Messrs Bethel and Mosley. Hannon-Dalby in and bowls, and Kohler-Cadmore up on his toes, plays that again to Mosley at extra cover.
I know scheduling is difficult, but that does look like a bonkers scheduling. The big T20 Blast final.
Well, shows where their
England
priorities
players
lie.
can't play in it. Hasn't always been the case, because remember Chris Wokes bowled the final over when the Bears won it a few years back. 10 years back, in fact.
Kohler-Cadmore drives again pleasantly into the offside, and again it's fielded by Dan Mosley. Just got the two slips, Rob Yates and Will Rhodes, and Mosley being sent back to the deep point boundary. So already Warwickshire going on the defensive. They clearly don't fancy their chances of bowling Somerset out in 53.5 overs. And Dalby in and bowls, and won't be a run here as it's played up the onside of the pitch, and Jacob Bethel comes scurrying across to do the fielding. How are Lancashire getting on?
Still 6 wickets down, 151 for 6.
Go Lancashire.
158 for 6 now, still 82 runs behind.
And they've presumably got a similar number of overs remaining there as we've got here.
They have got 55 left.
Yeah, we've got 53 here.
Matthew Hurst, 64 not out.
And Dalby into Kohler-Cadmore. I think about a single, but again goes to Bethel.
It's 12 overs since they last lost a wicket, Lancashire. So they are resisting.
The clouds still scudding across from the west. Don't think there's any more rain forecast. The Met Office got it absolutely spot on. Said it was going to rain at 2 o'clock, and it did. Well, just a little bit before 2 o'clock, in fact. As Hannon-Dalby is into Kohler-Cadmore, battle of the double-barrelled, and there will be a single as Chris Rushworth comes in from long leg to do the fielding. I think about a second, but it was never there. 25 without loss. Tom Kohler-Cadmore will keep the strike. He's on 6, and Umeed on 13.
It's fairly gloomy out there. The floodlights on. Rushworth and Hannon-Dalby doing all the bowling so far. 6th over of the innings. Rushworth to bowl it to Kohler-Cadmore.
Well, if Warwickshire are going to have any chance of taking these wickets, they've got to get early ones while the ball is hard. It gets more and more difficult as the ball gets softer.
Rushworth bowls and nearly got one there. Now, what did that come off? It came off the gloves in the end of Burgess. I don't know whether there was any bat on that or not.
I haven't seen the replay.
No. See if I can dig it out. In comes Rushworth now to bowl. Kohler-Cadmore leans back, plays that through the offside. And the ball is moving fairly briskly, but it will be stopped just inside the boundary by Hamza Sheikh, and they run through for 3. 25 without loss. .28 without loss, I should say. Really much so. Well, the last ball was did threaten, but that one is hit in the air. I think it's going to be. Oh, is Alex Davis going to get underneath it? Oh, he is, but he drops it. He's misjudged it. It was over his head, and he seemed to get there, but just misjudged it and couldn't take it. Swirling in the air, and that was a great chance for Warwickshire to get their first wicket, but the chance put down by Davis.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was swirling around or what, but never seemed to settle underneath it.
Rushworth in again to Umi, plays that to mid-off, there's no run.
Important for Andy Umeed. If he'd been caught there, it might very well have been him who's left out of the side to play Durham. He needs an innings. He needs to show that he can play the role of a solid opening batsman, which is what Somerset desperately need, but they need 2 of them. And these 2 haven't exactly made a compelling case for themselves just yet.
Rushworth into Umeed. He's launched that in the air, but he hasn't got any worries there because that's gone into the stands for 6.
What was I saying about solid opening batsman? Oh, look, there's 3 ducks going, 3 mallards going across the ground. Oh, that's all we need.
36 without loss. That one, I'll just look at that one again. I think it came off pad, the one that went in the air. It was actually beyond Michael Burgess's reach anyway, that earlier one. But,
there was hardly anyone in the Ollie's stand.
Yes.
So he's having difficulty in retrieving the ball.
And no doubt we'll have to send it back to the umpire so the umpire can make sure that he's undamaged. Yet square leg umpire's asking for it. Let me have a look. Is he satisfied it's all right? Have a good hard look at it actually. No, it's fine. Meanwhile, someone's run out.
It's Archie Vaughan, Michael's boy.
Take the jumper off. Well, it's Andrew Umeed's jumper.
Yeah. Yes,
he's means business now.
It's a bit like Tom Lammonby. He likes batting in shirt sleeves rather than a jumper, does Andy Umeed.
36 without loss. And that is more defensive with that one. Plays it to mid-on. Well, 36 without loss after 6 overs. Somerset still going at 6 and over.
They are, but the required rate is now 6 2/3, 6.66. Even with that fine blow from Umeed in that over, I don't think they're seriously going for it. But then, you never know in cricket. Hannah Dolby to bowl his 4th over. He's gone for 11 runs so far. This is driven by Kohler Cadmore pleasantly, but Alex Davis will field it at mid-off. And there's no run. Somerset, if this is a draw, they'll take 11 points from the game and stay in 2nd place.
Bit of bad news for you though, Anthony.
No, not another Lancashire wicket.
Yes, the 7th wicket's gone. 158 for 7. They trail by 82.
Alan Dolby in bowls, and he's looking to steer this into a gap on the offside. Kohler Cadmore doesn't time it properly, just comes off the bottom edge down into the ground and picked up by Rob Yates from 2nd slip.
Surrey took 7 bonus points in that match, so they will have
they'll
23 points,
which will take them up to 180.
Well, Lancashire, like Notts, will end up with just 2 points if they lose.
And Dolby in bowls to Coda Cadmore, who cuts, but it'll be fielded on the boundary by Dan Mosley. Yes, assuming this is a draw, then Surrey will have 180 points from 10 games, and Somerset second on 145 from 10, with Essex breathing down their neck in third, and Hampshire not far behind them. Essex having taken 4 batting points from their match against Hampshire. This is checked drive by Andy Umead, making sure he didn't hit it in the air.
You haven't taken any bowling points yet, though. They've bowled 72 overs in the Hampshire innings, and they've still only got 2 wickets. Essex.
Let's hope it stays that way. Essex still got potential penalties hanging over their heads. No news from the Cricket Disciplinary Commission on that. Who made drives pleasantly, but it's cut off in the covers by Ed Barnard. So no run. Rate creeping up all the time, up towards 7, and Will Rhodes coming out of slip to field at sort of shortish extra cover. I think that's in response to the odd ball, just maybe stopping a little bit on Andy Umead. And that last off drive was in the air for some time, so we've got a short extra cover now. Just the one slip as Umead's up on his toes, cutting this down to deep backward point. Some athletic fielding down there by Dan Mosley. They take the single, and that's 38 without loss. 51 overs remain in the day's play in theory, although without wishing to tempt Providence, I think that a 5 o'clock finish or thereabouts is the most likely scenario.
Well, let's see if Umead goes a big shot against Rushworth again. Dropped and hit a 6 in Rushworth's last over. 2 slips in place. Rushworth in, who moves across the stumps, but plays the really correct shot along the ground.
Very pronounced back and across, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He is very much a front foot player, Andy Umead. It's a bit of a weakness of his. He's not so good against the moving ball. Very good white ball player. 50 overs especially.
This one he solidly defends.
I think, to be fair to him as well, he has attracted some very, very good deliveries this season in the Championship for Somerset, not least the one that Chris Rushworth bowled him with in the second over in Somerset's first innings, which was a tremendous nip-backer.
Just reading about him, I hadn't remembered that century he scored was with a pink ball, day-night game against Lancashire. It's pushed up the onside, there's no run. It's believed to be the second slowest in terms of minutes.
Second slowest, right. Jason
Gallion took 453 minutes to make 100 for Lancashire against Derbyshire and Blackpool in 1994. In comes Rushworth to bowl, and that's played to point. There's no run. Actually, looking at this, memory, it was a while ago. That wasn't his first innings. The first one was in 2016, where he scored a 4.5-hour century on Championship Day. But that's the one I'm thinking of against Durham.
Well, he's certainly changed his approach since those days.
Yeah. Anyway, this next one from Rushworth is solidly played by Umi to mid-off. There's no run. Came through the South Asian Cricket Academy to Somerset. Warwickshire have just signed a player from there, Zen Malik. Signed for next season, although he did play in a couple of the 50-over games when Rob Yates and Hamza Sheikh were called up for England Lions. But we'll see him next season, all being well. Rushworth pitches that one up, and Umi's gone. Well-run single. He's played that to Alex Davis, who's slightly on the back foot. And he's raced through for 139 without loss, 8 overs bowled. 50 left.
In the run chase down at Taunton, Somerset got their runs at the rate of around about 4.4 runs an over, and Kola Cadmore and Umeed added 44 in 7.5 overs for the first wicket, so they're not far behind that at the moment, but scoring at 4.5 runs an over is a very different matter to scoring at nearly 7 an over, which is what they face now, as Umeed just lets this run off the face of his bat out to Mosley at deep point for a single. 40 without loss scoreboard. Had that run on the board even before the batsman had completed it. I'll just do this over and then hand over to Phil Brett, who's back from museum duty, eating a tangerine. Hannon Dolby in bowls to Kola Cadmore, turns it into the onside Bethel Fields. And the required rate 6.62. Seems to have gone down, which is strange, because the actual run rate has certainly gone down to 4.8. Perhaps there was a miscalculation. As this is cut by Kola Cadmore. That'll be 4 runs. Nice shot, back cut. Just waited for that from Hannon Dolby. Opened the face on it. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Just guided it through around about where 4th slip would have been, all along the ground. Good safe shot. 44 without loss. Kola Cadmore on to 14.
One thing Warwickshire have to be just a little mindful of is I think they're still -1 on the over rate. I need to make sure they get rid of that before the end of the game. Don't want to lose a point.
Hannon Dolby to Kola Cadmore, who cuts, or in fact he doesn't cut, he drives off the back foot. Beautiful shot through the covers for 4 runs, and Mosley, who was patrolling the offside boundary, had absolutely no chance. 48 without loss. Wasn't a very good ball from Hannon Dolby.
Well, he told himself off. He was annoyed with the delivery. Tall Yorkshireman. Past 50 championship wickets last season.
Hannon Dolby into Kola Cadmore, who plays this back to the bowler. In fact, it doesn't go to the bowler, it goes past the bowler up to Alex Davis.
So looks to have a decent chance of getting to 50 championship wickets again this season. He is currently on 34.
Last ball of his 5th over. He's gone for 22 runs so far. Bowling to Kola Cadmore, who bowl, and it's a bouncer, which is not the most intelligent ball to bowl when you've got your wicketkeeper standing up. Clears Michael Burgess comfortably and is well fielded by Rob Yates at first slip. So there we are. 9 overs have gone. It's 48 without loss, and Kola Cadmore is 18 and Umi 24. After some words from Clive Eakin, it'll be Phil Britt to take up the commentary.
So, shame we lost those 10 overs. Somerset would certainly still be interested if we hadn't. Still, I suppose keeping just a little eye on it, but realistically, I also make sure that Warwickshire don't get a chance of winning the game. And they might be down the M5 reasonably early this evening. Chances of winning the championship will have diminished, assuming that Surrey complete a victory against Lancashire. If they don't, then they're still very much in it. Chris Rushworth in, and that's defended by Umeed. Onto the onside, there's no run. I mean, they will lose out because if Surrey do get held to a draw, they'll still have gained 4 points on Somerset, but still they'd be in touch. Started this game 23 points behind.
Can't work out whether a lot of people have left. Well, a number of people have left, or whether they've all gone inside to watch with the cold weather.
Rushworth bowls, and that's clipped in the air over square leg for another 6 for Andrew Umeed. Well, he's keeping the game alive, and he's on to 30.
Picked that up well, didn't he?
Did. It's another one in the almost empty Holly stand. Notice the members' lounge was pretty busy. So there's a reasonable number of members here. You can't see them during the course of play.
Not many sat outside there now. Very few.
Again, having to try and retrieve the ball, which is about 4 rows back in the Holly stand. And having some difficulty. And of course, they'll have to go through the process of chucking it to the umpire or check that it's not been damaged. This time it's the bowler's umpire that wants the ball, calls off Jacob Bethel. Has a look. And tosses it back to bowler Rushworth. 54, so 50 up in 56 balls. Rushworth in, and that's pushed out to the offside. Smart piece of fielding by Ed Barnard.
I don't know whether you mentioned it, but Andy Umeed completed 1,000 first-class runs in this innings. When he got one, yes, he was on 999, got a duck in the first innings. So once he got one, he moved to 1,000. So well done to him. It's taken, for an opening batsman over the years, I suppose in years terms, it's taken quite a long time to reach.
Rushworth into bowl, and Umeed plays that to mid-wicket, thinks about a run. Jacob Bethel's quickly onto the ball, and he's sent back. 54 without loss. So 48 overs to go after this one. Minimum of, we say minimum of, they're not going to get any extra in. Unless Rob Yates and Dan Mosley both bowl. Huge number. I suppose in the final hour it's just about possible, but not likely. Rushworth into Umeed, who plays that to mid-on, and there's no run. So 315 required. Required rate, well, kept it around about 6.5 and over. They're going at near a 5.5 at the moment.
They've given it a bright start there, but certainly a better start than they made to the first innings for Somerset.
Rushworth bowls, and that's solidly defended by Umeed. End of the over, 54 without loss, 10 overs bowled. Warwickshire bowled out for 270 in their second innings. 131 for Alex Davis, and all 5 wickets today falling to Jack Leach. Worcestershire, by the way, are now just 8 runs away from victory, with 2 wickets down.
So, first bowling change. Michael Ray comes into the attack at the Birmingham end, replacing Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Wicketless in the first innings. And he will be bowling to Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Middlesex are giving themselves a chance at Northwood. Northants now 105 for 6. They lead by 48. Middlesex could do with that win, with Yorkshire having already won today. And the battle for promotion.
Here comes Ray. In and bowls, and Colin Campbell just turns this one off his hip.
Leg by, I think.
Yeah, signalled leg by, yes, it was. I thought he might have got a bat onto that, but just ran out on the onside. 55 for no wicket. The run rate required 6.56. The current run rate, as Clive said, 5.41. As here's Ray again now to bowl to Umeed. He pulls this one fine and we'll get just a single as Rushworth comes running down below us, down at fine leg, does the fielding. So one more to the total, 56 for no wicket. Still didn't see Will Rhodes bowl in the first innings, and I don't know whether Brian, when he was talking to the coach, asked the question, but still not sure whether he's got a problem. Ray in. This one is in the air and is taken by Hamza Sheikh out at deep mid wicket. Umeed pulls it, and no, so Kola Cadmore has pulled it rather. Sorry, and that is the end of Kola Cadmore's innings. It was for a lot fairly quiet out there because he pulled the ball out deep into the mid-wicket area, out in front of the hover cover, and Kola Cadmore wanders back. He has gone for 18 and 56 for 1. So the first wicket goes. Michael Ray gets his first wicket in his first over, and he was wicketless in the first innings, but it didn't take him long to get the first one. I have to say, it wasn't with perhaps the greatest delivery he will ever bowl.
Well, he picked out the fielder, didn't he,
yep.
Kola Cadmore? Played it straight, and it's a long boundary there, so his chances of clearing that fielder were pretty slim. Maybe he thought he was going to hit it short of him, but he picked him out, and it was a relatively straightforward catch from Hamza Sheikh. Now, 1 wicket down. Warwickshire now have 47.5 overs to get another 9, which will take some doing, but they've got the first.
So Tom Lammonby is the new batsman coming in. I can confirm that Worcestershire have beaten Kent by 8 wickets at New Road.
Worcestershire will get 23 points from that, which, if Warwickshire were to draw this game, they will be 5 points ahead of Warwickshire. Well, Worcestershire started 5 points behind.
And Lancashire have lost an 8th wicket against Surrey, so Surrey honing in on another victory.
Yeah, so if Warwickshire were to draw, they'll be 5 points behind, but they won't be in the bottom 2 if they draw, because they will certainly be ahead of Notts and probably Lancashire.
Ray into Lammonby, and this one is run away down through the vacant gully area. Mosley comes in off the third man boundary, but it's a fielding.
Big move for Worcestershire. Let's work it out. So they started 13 points behind Notts, 15. They'll be 8 points ahead of the bottom 2. Having been in the bottom 2 at the start of this round, 5 points adrift, they'll be 8 points clear of it, and probably ahead of at least 2 other teams. In fact, they'll probably be 9 points clear, assuming that Lancashire lose.
This one from Ray is played solidly back and fielded off his own bowling by Ray. They'll probably be ahead of Warwickshire, won't they?
Not if... Yeah, they will be ahead of Warwickshire, yes, if Warwickshire draw. I've mentioned that, they'll be 5 points ahead of Warwickshire. And I'm going to have to recalculate now, because I just looking at this table, I realise Notts' points have already gone on there. So, in fact, they will be 10 points clear of Notts.
Ray to complete his opening over. He's in and bowls, and Umeed turns this to mid-wicket. No run, end of his first over. Somerset 57 for 1, and a wicket there in that over for Michael Ray.
And Kent are now firmly rooted at the bottom. They got 3 points. They'll have 69, and assuming the results go the way we expect them to, they'll have 69. Lancashire will be second from bottom on 103. 1 point behind Notts will be on 104, and then Warwickshire, if they draw this game, will be on 109. So 6 points clear of Lancashire, 5 clear of Notts, and Worcestershire are now on 114. So there you have it.
And Warwickshire's got to play Kent, Worcester and Notts still this season. So
Ed Barnard to bowl to Lammerby. Tries to turn it around. His pads ends up going back past the bowler. There's no run. There's a bit of a gap between the top, well, especially with Durham's win now. There's a bit of a gap really between the top 5 and the bottom 5.
the light's still not great here at Edgbaston. We've got some blue advertising lights on the top of the stands opposite us, really stand out.
Barnard in and defended by Lammerby. He's clearly not come out with the instructions to try and hit everything for 6. That's just one of those ones where someone said, well, we're just trying and bat reasonably positively, but normally as Barnard comes into bowl, and then see where they are with 20 overs to go. There's still only 1 wicket down. They might have a little.
It's a big
flurry.
Big task, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm just saying what the scenario might be. Barnard with 1 stiff in place, so Warwickshire aren't exactly going all out for it either at the moment, and that's played to backward point. There's no run.
Well, I had a lot of people popping into the museum at the lunch interval, just saying quite what was the Warwickshire tactic. Why did they bat quite so long?
To make the game safe, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what we said, but
safe-ish at any rate. Barnard comes into bowl, and that's played to mid-wicket. We came to the conclusion eventually, because it was 1/4 to 1, or I suggested that they might well have declared it 10 to 1 if they were still there, because then they wouldn't have lost overs between innings and would have given themselves 2 sessions. I think that looked like, and they clearly decided they didn't have to score lots of runs. They didn't need to push the target up too much. They just needed to make sure that Somerset didn't have too much time. Barnard to Lammerby, and it's fielded. It's a difficult one, because much as Warwickshire would really have loved to win and need a win, because they haven't got one yet this season, equally and paradoxically they desperately needed not to lose.
Yep.
In terms of making sure they do need to preserve their first division status. It's
Jacob Bethel is back on the field. He's been off. Kai Smith has been substituting for him whilst he's been off.
wonderful. See him bowled at any point. We know the game's up if Michael Burgess starts bowling, then we know it's both teams have given up.
Yeah.
Although he's not that bad, to be fair.
Yeah, you would hope he wouldn't have a ball. Here's Ray into his second over from the Birmingham end, and Umeed plays it out to Bethel at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So
the few people, 3 of the people who were in the Hollies stand are on their way somewhere. By the looks of it, they've decided.
Sorry to interrupt. Lancashire 171 for 9. So the end is nigh for Lancashire.
They still trail by 69. Yeah.
Innings defeat for them. They're going to be in some hot water.
Here's Ray in, bowls down the leg side. Umeed looks to try and glance it, but isn't successful. Ball goes through to the keeper.
So you got big count. I mean, 3 test grounds vying to avoid that second relegation position. What were the Worcestershire's win today? Warwickshire, Lancashire, and Notts.
Yeah. They can join Middlesex down there, and Yorkshire.
One of those may well be coming up,
yeah.
if not both.
There's Ray in, bowls, and does his run into the offside, and there is no run.
It wasn't that long ago that Surrey were second division.
So they've got a grip on this title at the moment, haven't they? It's sort of
Didn't
very difficult to beat.
Warwickshire play, sorry, the last time they were in the second division? I'm trying to remember now. Yeah.
Yes. Ray in, wraps him on the pad. Shout for LBW. Not out is Alex Wolf says. End of.
The run awarded there.
Yeah.
Presumably is the reason why the umpire gave it not out.
Just got a nick onto it. So one out just behind the square on the onside they went through.
There's a rueful grin from Michael Ray as he walked past the umpire.
58 for 1. Umaid going along quite nicely on 32. That's off 44 deliveries, and Tom Lamby just the single. As Ray is in, and that's beautifully played away through the covers, and that may just have the legs to make the boundary. It does. A despairing dive into the hover cover there from Bethel. Almost pulls it back, and now he has to go and straighten the rope and put it back. It's just where the ropes part, so he has to join the two back together again. But almost made it. We've had a few of those in this match where the ball runs across the wickets and gathers pace and don't quite chase it down. Here's Ray again, in and bowls, and Lambie is straight driving with no great power, and Ray half stops the ball with his right foot. End of an over from Ray. 62 for 1, and the run rate now has crept up to nearly 6.82.
Essex, who started this round of matches in third place, have finally claimed a bowling point against Hampshire's, taking them 79 overs. That's all they're playing for at Southampton now because of the amount of rain they've had there. Hampshire got 1 batting point. They've still got 31 overs to vie for bonus points there, and then after that the game becomes meaningless. So Ed Barnard to continue. And this game's in danger of drifting that way, as that's played out into the deep for a single by Umaid. Moves on to 33. Chance for Andrew Umaid maybe to make a personal score. He's had a bit of good fortune, but that's not his problem. It does begin to look now, this whole thing about I never really understand it or why it matters, but this thing about the artificial light taking over from the natural light, I always thought it was a point of floodlights. But anyway, that one is short, and there's an appeal from Ed Barnard for LBW. It's gone down to fine leg, and it is a leg by, but it looked quite high, but maybe not as high as the batter thought it was. I'm surmising.
He sort of swung, but I think height was there, the shout.
Barnard is in again to bowl to Umaid, and they've gone for a quick run. That's well run. Alex Davis throws at the wicketkeeper's end, but he was never going to get the throw in time to run him out. I think Umaid had judged it well at the close end to Davis. That's why Davis went to the wicketkeeper's end, because Umaid had dashed quickly enough to claim that single. Well run from the young Scotsman. It's Barnard, I say young, he's not quite so young anymore. That's round the wicket. It's played to point for a single by Lammerby. 66 for 1.
I came in at the back end of a conversation you were having with Anthony about people not being available for the...
No, it's all speculative at the moment,
okay.
As Barnard comes into bowl, and that's played to the offside. There's a piece in the Times suggesting that Jacob Bethel certainly, and Dan Mosley possibly, will be called up to the to a new look one-day squad for 3 matches against Australia, which, if true, would rule them out of finals day, we reckon. Not the quarter-final, but it would rule them out of finals day should the Bears get there. That one is played to mid-off. There's no run. Which it just seems... Well, I suppose I was about to say it's a showpiece occasion. I suppose as far as the authorities are concerned, the 100 is a showpiece event now, but T20 finals day and you're losing your best players in the competition to a one-day series against Australia. It's never meaningless, but it doesn't... seems unfortunate, let's put it that way.
Yes, to tactfully put, Clive, as Ray comes in again and bowls, and this is played into the on the side by Lammonby, and there's no run. It's akin though to having the young Lions and taking of a diminished one-day squads that all the counties had, or a lot of them had, because of that.
Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't. I take the point you're making. I wouldn't make quite the same comparison. The point I'm making is T20 Finals Day is one of your big showpiece event. Full house and all that on TV.
This one is, again, run away, but straight to a fielder to Hamza Sheikh, who comes running round from backward point.
Unfortunately, Warwickshire couldn't in the end blame the Lions call-ups for because they won the quarter-final without them and sadly lost the semi-final with them back. There we are. Maybe it put them off. Maybe it knocked them off their stride a bit.
It got them very tired. Here's Ray in bowls, and this is run away down towards third man, but didn't get any power on it there as he opened the face, and Yates at slip was able to just run across and take the ball as it bounced kindly up for him and prevented any runs. There is a third man down here, Dan Mosley, so Warwickshire have an insurance policy down at third man, which is unusual in the modern game. As Ray again in, Lammonby is trying to pull a very wide delivery, trying to put it away, and a really good take by Michael Burgess behind prevents any extras, because it was a fairly wild delivery from Ray. Lammonby wasn't able to take advantage and help it on its way to the boundary, but it was almost didn't need it because it took a really good stop from the keeper. It stays on 66 for 1, and the run rate is now up to exactly 7, as this one is beautifully played away through extra cover. That's running away from Handolby, who will go and do the fielding, fetching it back. But 4 runs there to Lammonby. There was a lovely drive, beautifully controlled, all along the floor and nicely timed. He goes to 10, and Somerset 70 for 1. That one was always going to beat the fielder there.
Not much sign really of these 9 wickets that Warwickshire need.
Ray again in and bowls, and Lammonby's beaten there. Well, Anthony reckons he played inside the line. I think he was beaten outside there. I think it was a late movement of the bat.
Someone needs to tell these Somerset batters you need to win if you want to win the county championship, because Surrey have won. They've beaten Lancashire by an innings and 63 runs. So they maintain their grip on the championship, and Lancashire are in big trouble. They are likely, almost certain, to be in the bottom 2, albeit by just 1 point. At the end of this round of matches, the only way they wouldn't be would be if Somerset were to win this, which, if they are to do, we're going to see some very entertaining cricket between now and the end. Barnard comes in to bowl to Umid. He does go for the big shot there. He's got enough on that, has he? There's a fielder looking at it, and it bounces over his head and goes for 4. He didn't quite get hold of it then, Andrew Umid, similar to the shot that where he should have been caught, although that was over mid-off, and Alex Davis couldn't quite reach it. This one was over mid-on. And there was no chance this time for Chris Rushworth, although he was interested for a while. And he gets 4 more. He's on to 38. So he's still prepared to play some shots. Barnard into bowl to him. That one he's clipped. This time he will perish. Will he? Yes, well played. Ollie Hannon Dolby, who just hopped and stayed inside the rope. Is it Ollie Hannon Dolby? I thought I saw a 0 on his back, but anyway.
Yeah, I think
it is him, yeah. So Andrew Mead eventually perishes for 38, going for one big shot too many. He did pick out the tallest fielder in the Warwickshire camp. You can hardly believe it, but he nearly cleared him, to be fair. Ollie Hannon did do very well not to step on the rope after he took that catch. And Umeed has gone for 38. Looks very disappointed. 74 for 2.
He was always giving the bowlers a chance, though. He played some really good shots. He put a couple into the Hollies stand. He got away with one which Davis sort of ran round, got underneath and then misjudged. That last 4 down there was only just safe. So the bowlers, as he was trying to keep the ball moving along, he was playing quite a number of aerial shots, and it was kind of almost like a one-day innings rather than a championship, but taking the circumstances where it was still going, having to try to get this total, run it down. I suppose it was he's now in a position where Somerset can, whenever they want to, can put the brakes on.
38 off 50 balls, 4 4s, 2 6s. If Andrew Umeed.
Yeah, if they've already put the brakes on, then Umeed shouldn't have been playing that type of shot.
Yeah, I'm suggesting that they're obviously not going all out for it, but they're still looking to play. I mean, there's positive and there's reckless, of course, but they're still looking to play positively and see where they are, however unlikely it is. Barnard bowls to Tom Abel, who defends that. Back to the bowler. Barnard rushing to get back to his mark. Warwickshire have to be conscious of this -1. They need to get rid of it. They can, of course, bring spinners on later. But they need to make sure that -1 is up, because, of course, if it started raining, they could be in trouble.
Interesting, they were level until they brought the spinner on, then suddenly it dropped to -1 when Bethel was bowling.
That one is played through mid-wicket and evades the attempt to stop it at mid-wicket. It's 4 runs for Tom Abel, so he's come out and not exactly put the block on straight away. 4 runs for him, 78 for 2. 16th over. I suppose the other thing, Somerset will want to keep playing their shots, if only to make sure that Warwickshire can't just have 10 slips without having to worry about runs being conceded. That's a bouncer from Barnard, and it's ignored by Abel. He didn't even have to duck, flinch or move. He just watched it go by. In fact, I'm not sure he watched it go by, he just let it go by. Wasn't the most threatening of deliveries from Ed Barnard. Does have that wicket to his name now. This innings comes into bowl. That's left. Warwickshire fielders and bowlers seem to think that was quite close, but not out. Barnard, who'll have to wait until the final. Somerset can help him here to find out whether he's going to finish top wicket taker in the one-day cup. His nearest rival, Dan Douthwaite of Glamorgan, is 1 wicket behind him. So, Anthony, if you could tell Somerset not to lose any wickets on the finals day to Douthwaite, then Barnard will finish top wicket taker in the competition.
They both had a terrific competition, though, both Douthwaite and Barnard. Barnard, of course, with the bat. Well, Douthwaite's got quite a lot of runs as well, hasn't he, in the competition? So Michael Ray will continue from that Birmingham end. He's into Tom Lammerby, who drives into the offside, but can't beat Bethel at extra cover. Goes down, tumbling to his left and prevents any runs.
Yeah, Barnard 19, Douthwaite 18. Tom Scriven took 18. He was actually top run scorer last season, so that might be quite a unique double. Be top run scorer one season, then top wicket taker the next.
Yeah.
And of course, Ollie Hannon Dolby was top wicket taker last season. Funny enough, he's not top run scorer this season, Hannon Dolby.
This one is played away in through the backward point area. Hans the Sheikh goes running round and sliding to stop, but can't stop Lammerby coming back for the second. So 80 for 2.
Looking at it, if Andrew Umid were to score a century in the final, he could find himself top run scorer in the competition. Andrew Umid, currently 4th. Barnard 6th, 433 runs.
Ray on his way in and bowls, and this is going to be more runs for Lammonby. Down to Dan Mosley, down at third man, just a single, 81 for 2. We're in the 42nd, sorry, the 90th over. We've got 41.3 overs to go in the match, so it's run rate at the moment 6.94 required.
Elsewhere, Leicestershire got to be just a little careful at Bristol. They're 268 for 5 now. They lead Gloucestershire by 126. Draw looking likely, but got to be careful. Northants have rallied a bit. They're now 70 ahead with 4 wickets left against Middlesex at Northwood.
Here comes Ray again. He's in and bowls, and this is worked away through mid-wicket. Again, Bethel has been pushed back for the as does the fielding. That's another single to Abel, 82 for 2. So Somerset just ticking along, but you feel that this task is looking to be a pretty hefty one. And the weather still, the light's still not great. As Ray comes in to bowl to Lammonby, who glances this down to third man, just plays with an open face to the bat and runs it down for a single. Mosley down here below us.
He was able to play that shot because Warwickshire had no slips in place for him. I notice they are having a slip in for Abel. That surprised me a little bit. They had no slips in place because Warwickshire still have a chance. I know it's not a great chance, but they have at least a theoretical chance of bowling Somerset out.
Do this ball and bring Anthony back in as this one is turned into the onside, and they run through for a single.
I'll take a little break. I'll do one more over and then Anthony can replace me.
Well, I'll move Anthony in because his screen's here and he can come in.
Yeah,
okay, he's going to move the screen.
Yeah, all right. So 84 for 2. Reminder the situation. Warwickshire in the end. We were discussing Declaration's end. To see it didn't happen in the end. They were bowled out for 270. 5 wickets today for Jack Leach. 131 to Alex Davis. That set Somerset 369 in what was originally going to be a minimum of 68 overs. But unfortunately, we lost 10 overs after lunch to the rain. So they now need another 286 in 41 overs. Abel pushes out into the offside. He gets a single. Barnard's the bowler. Warwickshire need 8 more wickets. And failing those 2 things, we will have a draw. Warwickshire would still be without a victory. They haven't lost a whole load of games. Haven't lost here actually. All 4 of the championship games so far here have been draws. So that'll be 5 out of 5. They have lost 3 away games, 3 of their 5 away games. Barnard in, and that's played to square leg for a single by Lammonby, who's on to 15.
One of the things which they would be slightly concerned about is that they play the next 2 championship games with a Kookaburra ball, which in the earlier rounds of the beginning of the season, there was a distinct drought on wickets with that Kookaburra ball. So.
Well, Warwickshire made 698 for 3 against Durham with it. That's played back to Barnard. There's no run.
And in a match against Kent, which they dearly would love to win and take advantage of playing against the side bottom of the table, may not be the perfect ball for them to be using, but still.
86 for 2. Somerset. Barnard bowls, and that's driven back to him. He fields it one-handed. There's no addition to the score. Looks like Rob Yates is preparing to have a bowl. So if he can do what Jack Leach did, take 5 for 18, then we'll have a game on, won't we?
Yep. Jack Leach bowled really well this morning.
He did. In comes Barnard. And Abel drives that. There's a bit of width to it. It's well fielded by Jacob Bethel. Former rugby school boy. We've just been at rugby school for 3 one-day cup matches. Must say, I was at 2 of them. Take the opportunity to thank rugby school. I really enjoyed those games. It was great to see Warwickshire out there. Hopefully they'll do it again next season. I don't think there's a firm commitment yet, but the talk of it. Barnard bowls, and that's pushed out to the onside for a single by Lammonby. Moves on to, by Abel rather, who moves on to 87 for 2. And Phil Britt will be joined by Anthony Gibson.
Thanks, Clive. Yes, I think the that move going to rugby school last year, this year was a real success. Because also driven by the fact that there were so many games were played here, used for that Legends tournament in early July, and I think that's part of the next 4 or 5 years, that contract. I'm not entirely certain that's been confirmed, but I think that was the original thought. Welcome back, Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, it's a shame. This isn't it. It was that 10 overs that we lost after lunch that put the Mockers on any hopes of a run chaser.
Yeah. Rob Yates into the attack here. That's Warwickshire. First of all, I think just want to get that over rate back from the negative.
And the 2 Toms will be looking to improve their averages with a couple of red figures.
Here comes Yates and into bowl, and the first ball is right on the spot, and it's turned into the onside, and Dan Mosley out at mid-wicket just picks the ball up and has a shy at the stumps.
He spotted Lammonby sort of loitering out of his crease.
Nearly took the bowler's hand off. I don't think he was quite expecting that. This next one is forced off the back foot up to a wide-ish mid-on by Abel. The Warwickshire captain, Alex Davis, comes running around and does the fielding.
I think light has improved just a bit.
It has a bit, hasn't it? Yes.
But I think the umpires have every justification in calling things off for bad light by about 4:45.
But it's forecast to go very dark at 4:45, I think.
Absolutely.
There's Yates in again and bowls, and Lammonby steers this one away into the backward point area where Michael Ray does the fielding, and there is no run.
Alex Davies at slip. Don't often see that.
No, you don't.
Well, I suppose that's because Rob Yates is bowling.
Yates again in. Lammonby gives himself space, and it's well fielded out in the covers by Mosley brother. This next one from Yates is played to Ray at backward point. There's no run. So
Brian Halford called him Muesli.
Muesli, yeah. It's Mosley. You hear all sorts with it. Yeah, Mosley, isn't it? It's supposed to be. This is pick up and shy at the stumps as from Mosley as they scamper through for a very quick single. Lammonby pushed it into the offside and ran, and a good response from Abel, who's running to the danger end. Just end off the last ball of the over, so 89 for 2, and we've had 19 overs, so what, about 4.5 an over we're going at?
4.68.
And required rate now 6.9.
7.18.
Oh, it's gone over 7 just, has it?
academic interest only.
I think you're right, Anthony.
Well, I think ever since those 10 overs
We made
were
it,
lost,
yeah.
It
was a tough ask anyway, wasn't it? But the 10 overs.
But as Clive Eakin pointed out, it made those 2 dismissals, but the opening batsman caught in the deep a little bit.
Yeah.
Unnecessary. And the pair of them are playing for their places, or were playing for their places, and they must both now, well, one or other, I think, will be in jeopardy. Here's Ray in and bowls, and Lammonby swivels and plays that pull shot that got him out in the, well, it's more of a hook shot really, in the first innings. That time he didn't get a top edge, but there is a fielder down there for precisely that eventuality. Hamza Sheikh, who's at third man for the right-hander and long leg for the left-hander. 90 for 2. We're in the 20th over of the innings. So a decent rate of progress by Somerset. Ray's in and bowls, and I thought for a moment he was getting that one through, but all is well. As Tom Abel came down a little bit late. He does try and play the ball late, does Tom Abel. And that was full and straight, and arrowing in on Abel's off stump. But defensive bat intervened.
That off stump's been knocked out a few times. It's fairly loose in there, I think, because it seems every time the stumps are hit, that off stump goes flying. So
here's Ray. And Abel turns this into the onside just for a single. 91 for 2.
I think there must be a problem with Will Rhodes bowling, being able to bowl. He might have a little strain or something, because it seems strange that he's not been asked to have a bowl in the match so far, whereas he would normally be first change or certainly coming on second change.
Strange field we've got at the moment for Ray to Lammonby down the leg side. They've spotted a weakness there with Tom Lammonby, and they're not wrong about it. He's been caught down the leg side either at long leg or by the wicketkeeper. Just playing rather too casually at balls going down his leg side. He needs to either leave them alone or play a rather more considered determined shot instead of just waving the bat. Raising and bowls, and this time he pulls out of a shot at a ball short outside his off stump on this occasion. Will Rhodes is sent back to the third man boundary. Or it's more deep backward point boundary. We've got a third man. Ollie and Dalby down there on the boundary in front of the very handsome main scoreboard. Well, at least what I regard as the main scoreboard, not least because we can't actually see the other one.
The Thwaite scoreboard, named after a former chairman.
This is short and even wider outside the off stump. Not a very good delivery from Michael Ray. End of that over. 20 overs have been bowled. Somerset 91 for 2. Lammonby 17. Tom Abel on 10. We've got a theoretical 38 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, they tried to maintain that score or keep it to represent how it looked when it was the old pulley system, and they've done it reasonably well. There's one or two slight changes on it, but fundamentally it looks similar to. And they've had a few efforts at getting that screen sorted, because when we first did it, it was extremely difficult to read all the data they were trying to put on it. Sometimes the scoreboards trying to be a bit too clever, I think, but that one basically tells you what you need. Here's Yates starting his second over to bowl to Tom Abel, and goes back and turns this one square on the onside, and there's no run.
What it doesn't tell you is fall of the last wicket.
True, yeah.
So it's quite difficult to work out what the partnership
is. It does
is.
now, look. Left-hand bottom corner.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
This one is a late cut, lovely shot from Abel, runs away down to third man for 4. Just waited and just opened the face and just helped it on its way. There's no slip there. There's a backward point, nobody down at third man. Chris Rushworth having to, is a deep backward point, and he couldn't get round to cut it off. In fact, he's been pushed back there now. So Alex Davis moved him back, but nice shot from Tom Abel, 95 for 2. As Yates in, and this is turned away behind square on the onside. Michael Ray comes running around. They come back for 2 and back safely. The throw not a good one, but they made their ground comfortably.
They vary the information at the bottom of the scoreboard. It's
They
got
do,
over 8 now.
yeah,
We had
yeah.
the Somerset target, and then we got fall of last wicket and Hugh Mead's 38. So it is there, but not consistently.
Exactly. Here comes Yates. This one turned, this time straight to square, and there's square leg, there's no run.
Tea at 4 o'clock.
Is it 4, or do they do it at 20 to 4 on the last day?
Pass. I honestly can't remember.
This one is turned, again, straight to square leg, but Davis does the fielding. .97 for 2, Somerset. As Yates in, and this is punched by Abel up to long on. So one more. Fielded by Bethel. Into another over ticks by. And Somerset are 98 for 2. Both batsmen are on 17.
And a tweet from Dave from Cork. Says, my take on this match is yet again that Somerset's batting unit has failed to amass batting points, which makes it even harder to challenge the Surrey juggernaut. We don't seem to be able to remedy this on a regular basis, but as Stephen of Berkhamsted points out, going into this game, Somerset had amassed 21 batting points and Surrey only 20. So the problems with the Somerset batting have been concentrated at the top of the batting order. The middle order and the lower middle order have done their jobs. As Ray's in and bowls, this is driven by Abel, and a good tumbling stop at cover point.
The Surrey side seems to have all facets covered, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they've got tremendous depth in their squad as well. So even though they're losing players to England or to injury or whatever, they've still got some very, very capable players. Abel comes down late on a ball from Michael Ray. Floodlights not having such a big influence on the quality of the light as they were half an hour ago.
No, the shadows which are being thrown off the players, which were quite prominent half an hour, 40 minutes ago now, are much less. 98 for 2.
Michael Ray in bowls, half volley driven by Abel. But just get a single out to deep cover. Who's that out there on the not inside the cover boundary?
That's Mosley, I think, out there.
It is 99 for 2, and no slip now for Michael Ray to Tom Lammonby, and he pulls this in front of square. Lammonby, it won't go to the boundary. It'll be cut off by Mosley, who puts in not the most elegant of slides, but does the fielding pretty well. It's a poor return as well, which clears Michael Burgess. But they take 2 runs, and that's the Somerset 100 on the board. 101 for 2. And they still need another 268 in theory to win this game. At a rate of 7.38 runs and over. Ray in and bowls, and he looked to turn that into the onside Tom Lammonby, and I think changed his mind. Don't think that was a leading edge, but went straight down in any case.
looking at the way that Tom Abel was keen to take the run there, he seems still to be quite keen to get that board ticking along. He must still have it in his mind there's a chance, although it does seem highly improbable.
You're not going to score. Ooh, a short ball, good short ball this time, and forcing Tom Lammonby to pull out of that hook shot of his. Just went past his right ear. 101 for 2. I mean, no, Tom Abel's just a naturally very busy cricketer, and if the run is there, he'll want to take it, which it always worries me slightly because he's got a weakness in his hamstrings, and he's done a hamstring several times running between the wickets, and Somerset can ill afford to be without Tom Abel if they're to have any hope at all of chasing down Surrey, and I think the hopes of that happening are pretty remote.
So the remaining fixtures for Somerset.
Well, we've got a tough one against Durham next week
at Taunton.
At Taunton.
Just break off. Yates starting a new over in to Abel, who turns this one away down to the deep mid-wicket for 1. Hamza Sheikh does the fielding.
And we have Surrey at home, Lancashire away, and the last match of the season is Hampshire at home.
Oh, so there are some tricky ones in there, aren't there?
Yeah. Lancashire at Taunton, I'd fancy our chances, but they're always pretty good at Old Trafford.
This one, Lammonby goes back to, and the ball just drops down and sort of follows him a little bit when he drops it down.
And for my money, Durham are the second best side in Division 1.
I've had a good win in this round of matches. This one is turned by Lammonby behind square on the onside. Just a single. As Rhodes, who we haven't mentioned Rhodes in the field very much. He comes in off the mid-wicket boundary.
Durham beat Somerset in 2.5 days at Chester Street. They did have Ben Stokes playing for them, who picked up a fifer.
This is turned away by Abel. They think about coming back for the second, but Sheikh's got the ball in his hand and they settle for the single.
He's bowling too short, is Robbie Yates.
Yeah. Yes, that was the beauty with the way Jack Leach bowled today. He kept that ball, gave it all the time, gave it a chance to do something, had the batsman having to stretch and reach. But they're able to play this one and pick the spot. It's better length and to play a bit aerial up to mid-on. That's one more to the total as Lammonby scampers through. 105 for 2. These two just picking up the singles at the moment. 21 to Lammonby, 20 to Abel. Alex Davis making a couple of changes there in the field, just bringing the deep mid-wicket up closer in for Abel. As Abel drives beautifully away through extra cover. It's overpitched and got really what it deserved, that one. Placed beautifully between extra cover and a deepish mid-off and down to the Thwaites scoreboard for 4 more. So 109 for 2. Abel 24 and Lammonby 21.
So Thwaites nothing to do with the Lancashire brewery of that name?
No. Dr. Thwaites, it is tea.
Tea.
That was tea at 20 to 4.
Well, there we are, 109 for 2. So 23 overs have gone by. 35 remain in the day in theory, but I don't think we'll get as many as that. I suspect we'll get about another 16 or 17 before the players shake hands at around about 5 o'clock. In theory, Somerset need another 260 to win in 35 overs at a rate of 7.43 runs per over, but I think that is a purely theoretical calculation.
Right, we will be back with you in 20 minutes to rejoin us then, when we will see what happens, but I think Anthony is 100% right.
Thanks, Phil.
Well, welcome back to Edgbaston for the final session of this match, with Somerset 109 for 2. They require a further 260 to win this match, with 8 wickets in hand, and at required run rate of 7.43 per over. So we've got Tom Lamby on 21, Tom Abel on 24. I'm Phil Britt, and with me, Clive Eakin.
Well, we're not expecting this, and I don't want to put anyone off listening, but we're not expecting this to be a 3-last session, but you never know. It is possible. Warwickshire suddenly got 3 wickets in the first few overs, or Somerset decide to defy the odds and actually go for it. There's quite a funky field being set here. 7 on the leg side for Michael Ray as he bowls to Tom Lammonby. And Lammonby just pushes out to the one of just a couple of fielders on the offside. At point.
Do you think he's going to bowl short and and hoping that they're going to pick him
up? Lammonby to... Well, it's obviously a theory. I've got nothing to lose, really, now, Warwickshire. In the unlikely event that Somerset did suddenly hit big runs the next few overs, that wouldn't necessarily be a disaster for Warwickshire, because it might just get Somerset interested and give Warwickshire more of a chance. But anyway, Ray bowls Lamby short outside leg stump, and he's managed to find a gap on the leg side. He's swiveled round and placed that between backward point. There is no leg slip. It's about the one place on the leg side where there isn't a fielder. And he's played the ball right through there for 4. Yeah. For some reason, Alex Davis has gone to stand where the batter is. Maybe get some sort of different perspective. I don't know. He was momentarily putting... he is putting in a leg slip or leg gully.
He's...
Well, if he gets a wicket this way, it will be inspired captaincy. Ray comes into bowl, and that's actually on middle and off, and he plays it down. The shortish delivery, he plays it down well to point. There's no run.
Douglas Jardine has just taken over as the Warwickshire captain.
Well, so matches are going on elsewhere. I think we are now into draw territory pretty much. Well, not a couple of second division games, one at least could still have some life in it. Michael Ray comes into bowl, short, slow, and it's played safely into the ground to square leg for no run by Lammonby. The one actually in the second division that could be quite an interesting final session is at Northwood, where Northants are now 146 for 7. They only lead Middlesex by 89. So a bit of life left in that one. Leicestershire should be okay against Gloucestershire, 287 for 5. They lead by 145, so that's pretty safe. Michael Ray comes into bowl, and that short, and it's pulled, it's in the air, and it's over the head of the fielder at long leg for 6 from Lammonby.
Actually, I think it might have got him out of jail there, because if you're going to put a fielder back, you may as well have him on the edge. He was absolutely in no man's land. So if the ball had crossed the ropes, I think it's Hamza Sheikh out there, and he's about 5 or 6 yards in from the boundary. Really should have been right back on the edge, so whether he could have taken the catch or not, but it's where he ended up. He's actually sort of twixt and tween.
Well, this is fun. Ray comes in to bowl to Lammonby, and Lammonby makes room so he can play it on the offside. Again, it's a shortish delivery, and he's got 2 for that. Ray takes off his trademark headband. So he has to watch out that he doesn't do what he did in the first innings. Listening to your commentary when he bowled 4 deliveries that were deemed over shoulder height, and so got no ball for 2 of them.
Yeah, having just been no balled for too many in the over, he then proceeded to take the next ball and the last ball, or the repeat ball, and do the same again, which was kind of difficult to understand. We're going to have Ed Barnard on at the Birmingham end. So we'd had Yates on before tea, but he's out of the attack. I think he's got the over rate back on par again now. So Ed Barnard comes in. Robbie Yates bowled a few overs at that end before leading into the tea. Yeah, they're +1 on the over rate now. So here's Ed Barnard, comes in to bowl to Tom Abel, who pushes this first one away into the offside, and there's no run. Bethel does the fielding. Well, that was a good start. If there was any interest at all, however remote, that they picked up a dozen runs in that first over after tea from Ray. A 6, a 4 and a 2. Here comes Barnard in again to Abel, and Abel pulls this one down to Sheikh at deep mid-wicket. It'll be just a single.
7.3 and over now. I mean, to be fair, if it were a 50 over match, you needed 248 more to win with 34 overs to go. You'd still finish it with a shout, but it's not a 50 over match. So
Somerset going along quite nicely though, at 5 and over. So it's been a really fair effort from them. Warwickshire haven't really attacked with the field. It's been fairly defensive as Barnard in bowls, and this is played up to a deepish mid-off by Abel. He'll scamper through for 1. Sorry, from Lammonby, scampers through for 1. So 123 for 2.
£5. So how many wickets do Warwickshire need to get before 5 o'clock for us to carry on?
Barnard in, and this is turned behind square. Ray comes racing in. They come back for a second, and Abel running there, but with a real purpose. So he gets 2.
I think a direct hit, and likely that was from that distance, he might have been in trouble.
It might.
50 partnership, by the way, just going on the board. Assuming that Somerset are settled by 5 o'clock for a draw.
Barnard in bowls. This is played away down to backward point, where Rushworth does the fielding. Just a single.
I suggest that Warwickshire would probably need to have 5 down by then to feel that it's worth carrying on.
Yeah, I would think so. Somerset might still be prepared to give it another 20 minutes after 5, you know, and just see for definite that it's not. I'm not entirely sure they'll shake hands at 5. This one is turned behind square, and by Lammonby he gets 1 more as Rhodes does the fielding. So another good over for them. 127 for 2. Lammonby is on 35 and Abel on 28. Still a big target, isn't it?
That's good that Lammonby's on strike. We can have a bit more fun here now with Warwickshire's planned heavy leg side field. He took them on very effectively in the last over. Just had enough to clear the field on the boundary for a 6. Found a little gap, which is still there, by the way, although it's been closed a little bit. Hampstead Shake's moving now more towards a finer long leg than he was.
And he's gone back on the ropes. Good man.
Michael Ray comes in to bowl, and it's hit in the air, and he's fallen into the trap. Jacob Bethel takes the easy catch. And I don't know really what that was all about, but it worked. Lammonby's gone for 35. It's 127 for 3, and the batter will be cursing himself. If for nothing else, he's given the opposition the satisfaction of a plan that's worked.
Yeah, he won't be happy with that. That was a poor shot, really. It was, other than sending him a letter at tea time saying we're going to bowl this and this is what we'll be doing, he couldn't have disguised. Certainly wasn't what they were doing, and he just fell into the trap. And it wasn't a particularly great ball, but it was a very poor shot from Tom Lammonby. 127 for 3, and Warwickshire have picked up 3 wickets. I won't say that they've worked them. They've really, by Somerset, I think, have given them 3 wickets in this innings. 2 out in the deep, trying to hit the ball over the boundary, and that one there from Lammonby, which was a very tame dismissal. It brings Tom Banton to the wicket. 127 for 3. He strolls out. There's one of the wickets you want, Clive, for you to stay on till 6 o'clock.
I was he wanted, but I'm just speculating. I remember actually, I think it was at Taunton, where Warwickshire actually surprised Somerset by being willing to shake hands earlier than Somerset expected in a similar sort of situation. And I think there might have been, I'm doing this completely off the top of my head, but I think there might have been 6 wickets down at that time. Anyway, Tom Banton. Somerset will be just perhaps having a chat with themselves. We're just going to be a little bit careful here, that we don't just give Warwickshire a slight, don't just keep the door slightly ajar to them. Ray bowls. And we're back to more orthodox cricket now. That's driven back to there's no run. Although, having said that, he's got 2 fielders at sort of mid-wicket, about 4 pitches across to Banton. Other than that, the field is fairly orthodox. 1 slip in place. Looking for the one that maybe steers into that leg side area. Ray, who's now got 2 wickets in the match, 2 in this innings. Another good, accurate delivery, but comfortably played by Banton. Just from Somerset's point of view, it's time for them to play out a few overs and make the game safe.
Yep. They had a little flurry of runs after tea. That first over from Ray went for a dozen, but he picked, that wicket's changed, I think, with their approach.
That one is played round to back a square leg for a single by Banton. 28 for 3. Hampshire have picked up a 3rd batting point. It's all about bonus points at Southampton now. They're 305 for 3, so Essex just the 1 bowling point, 20 overs to go. So I guess Hampshire will be looking to get 4 batting points. Of course, 300 is a 2nd batting point, isn't it? I haven't got used to that yet. That's played to mid-wicket, there's no run. So they've got 2 at the moment, and you would think they would have ambitions to end up with 4. I'm just trying to do a mock table here, but Essex being frustrated in terms of bowling points, though not as frustrated as Hampshire were when Essex, Anthony pointed this out to me, Essex declared 2 balls short of 110 overs with 8 wickets down. This next one from Ray is played on to mid-on, there's no run. And Iron Ray has 2 not-out batters as well. It's not as if they lost the 8th wicket and then walked off. It's a very strange, very questionable declaration, that. Obviously, I'm not there, so I don't know exactly the circumstances.
I would think there might be some questions asked about that. I thought they'd made...
Well, I mean, obviously, I suppose they're thinking, well, it was still actually mathematically possible for them to get to 450, but they would have had to hit 2 sixes. So maybe they thought the game was up on that, so we'll come off. But yeah, I'm sure. I mean, it would have been an interesting bar afterwards. The 2 teams. Anyway, Hampshire got 2 batting points at the moment, heading for 4. Essex just the 1 bowling point and with work to do to get any more.
That game's been really badly affected, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, the whole day was lost, wasn't it?
Yeah. Ed Barnard will continue from the Birmingham end. He's got a short mid-wicket and a very short mid-on as he's in to bowl to Banton down. This one is no shot offered as ball goes through to Burgess. 128 for 3. The crowd, which has never been great today, is distinctly thin now. They count them easily without, wouldn't need too many to go too high, as this one is played away in through the mid-wicket area and beats the dive of Sheikh out, just avoids the hover cover So pulled away nicely by Banton through mid-wicket for 4 runs, and in the end, and lands up, bounced up and landed on the hover cover. So easy fielding for him, but Jake couldn't get round to stop that. 132 for 3. Bantam goes to 5. There's Barnard, who had 5 wickets in the first innings. He's just got the 1 so far in this. He runs in and bowls, and Bantam is playing that one solidly up to mid-off, and there's no run. So after this one, we've got 2 more home ties, one against Kent and then Essex in September, as Barnard in and bowls, and this is punched away to extra cover where Bethel does the fielding, and there's no run. 132 for 3.
Just looking at the table, it's conceivable that if Warwickshire beat Kent here the next game, that could actually mathematically relegate Kent, because it looks like they're going to be 35 points adrift at the end of this round of matches.
Benton drives, beautiful shot by Tom Banton away through extra cover. Bethel's there, just watches it, turns and watches it go racing away to the boundary in front of the Holly stand. Lovely shot. It's second boundary of the over, so he goes on to 9, 136 for 3.
Well, they're still playing some shots. I mean, it's a relatively risk-free shot all on the ground.
As Barnard runs in again and bowls, and he's playing that solidly up to mid-on for the final ball of the 27th over. 136 for 3. The run rate at the moment is 5.07, and the required rate has now crept up to almost 7.5. It's at 7.48 per over.
Yeah, I mean, they'll want to keep scoring runs when they can without taking risks. Nothing else. Make sure that Warwickshire don't get too attacking in their fielding. I was a little surprised Warwickshire haven't attacked more, but I mean, we haven't seen a lot of edges fly through the slip cordon, so perhaps they're thinking there's not much point in having slips there. Again, they're having Davis is having a chat with Ed Barnard, coming up with field placements, some sort of theory. Oh, he's tossed the ball to Jacob Bethel. Is he asking him to have a bowl? Yeah, and he's calling for a helmet. Oh, poor old Michael Ray was at the end of his run-up, ready to come in, and the captain's saying, sorry, mate, you're fired. And we're bringing Jacob Bethel in instead. Pats him on the back to make up for the ignominy of having the ball ripped from his hand as he was about to come in.
He takes the sweatband off his head and gets his sweater and his sunglasses from the umpire.
He did come across to me as a fairly laid-back's not quite the right word, but I interviewed him at Chelmsford. He was neither over-excited or over-dour, if you get him. I mean, he sort of, because he got a few wickets, that was his debut, and he said he thought he'd done all right, which was probably a fair assessment, but it must have been quite a summer for him. He rocked up to play club cricket in Suffolk, and here he is finding himself playing county championship cricket.
Did he go back to the club? You know, when
I don't know. I presume he probably
did.
did.
And then they called him back up again.
And I assume, and I haven't actually double-checked this, I assume he is playing as an overseas.
Yeah.
Is it you or me? I can't remember.
It's you.
Bethel bowls. That's played to a square leg for a single. Because I have heard talk that it might be possible, if he chose to do so, for him to become English qualified. No, Michael Ray.
Michael Ray.
Yeah. So there's some suggestion that the option of him becoming English qualified and maybe playing for Warwickshire a bit more long term has been on the agenda. I've heard it said. Whether that's transpires, obviously that's uppish, but that's short of Bethel. Presumably that would force him to sacrifice playing first-class cricket in New Zealand. unless they were prepared to have him as an overseas player.
Yeah, because the same applies with Booth. He's qualifying for it.
Yeah, well, he definitely is. I mean, that's a forward defensive. There's no run. That's a given. But whereas,
has he got English parents? Or
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure
like
the circumstances. But anyway, he's here at the moment, enjoying himself. Bethel with his blonde locks bowls, and that's whipped away into the deep. There's a fielder there, so it's just a single. Move on to 11. So Bethel getting a bit of practice with the ball.
He had a 4 or 5 overs in the first innings, so I think it was on try and get that little breakthrough, but didn't get much out of the wicket.
Comes into bowl to Abel, going down the leg side, and it's been missed by Michael Burgess. It's not going to roll all the way. It will be 2, I presume, byes. That is confirmed by the umpire. 2 byes. 140 for 3. Bethel in again. He plays back to that Abel, and he's moved pretty briskly onto 30 as Tom Abel. 141 for 3. That's another over ticked on. We have a minimum of 30 due to be bowled today. It may well be a bit less than that because we're not anticipating the match to go the distance. Maybe it's just a change of ends for Michael Ray.
Yeah.
Well, presumably their plan for Lammonby, they wanted the leg side to be the longer part of the boundary, which is why Ray bowled from the pavilion end, but that's no longer in the equation as such, although of course it now is the longer part of the boundary is Tom Abel's leg side, but they haven't set a particularly big leg side field for him.
So he's going to be bowling Tom Abel, who is on 30. And that's come off 36 balls. So Tom Abel's come out and kept that board ticking over as he's in. This first one is defended by Abel, and Ray fields off his own bowling.
I don't want to direct our listeners, our loyal listeners, anywhere else, but the game at Northwood is hotting up for quite a finish, because Northants are now 156 for 8, which means they lead Middlesex by 99. Of course, you can follow what's going on the BBC Cricket page, the live page, where you find the links for the commentary.
Ray in, this is turned down to square. Yates does the fielding, but can't prevent the single. So 31 moves on to 142 for 3.
Hello to Gideon, Chris, Alex and Paul, who are on duty today for the live page on the BBC website, if you want to follow that.
Just a few more fielding changes. I don't think they'll be shaking hands at 5 o'clock at Northwood.
No.
That's going to be a good finish there. Here, Ray is on his way into bowl to Tom Banton. Banton tries to pull that one, a shorter delivery, and he has to fetch it from outside the off stump, but can only get it up to mid-on. Didn't quite get that one out the middle of the bat.
Here's a story that will leave Ollie Hannon Dolby envious. This is on the BBC website. An opening batter in club cricket faced 137 balls for 0 not out.
Ray in, this one he does pull, but pulls it straight to Bethel at square leg, and there's no run.
Ian Beswick helped Darley Abbey Cricket Club's fourth 11 finish on 21 for 4 after 45 overs against Mickleover's thirds. 251 runs short of victory. Both teams are at the bottom of Division 9 South of the Derbyshire Cricket League.
Can you still get tickets to watch them? Here's Ray in balls, and this is played down, controlled in the end by Banton, down to Rob Yates, who's down at long leg, and they get a single. 143 for 3.
BBC Sport approached Darley Abbey about the match, but they did not respond. That's a shame.
They were all asleep.
You sense something's gone on there, don't you? Something's happened there.
Yeah. Well, that's some feat to actually be able to bat that long and not get an edge or something like that to get a run, or somehow you think if you're going to be at the wicket that long, you're going to get something. Hamza Sheikh, who's on debut, has been brought into short leg. Why is it always the youngest member of the side and the one who's just come in who has to do that job? 143 for 3. Ray is in, and he's bowling short, and Hamza Sheikh has ducks underneath it. It's absolutely in the firing line. That's why he's been put in there.
It's almost the end of a promising career.
End of an over. Sheikh is quite pleased to know 144 for 3.
Well, 29 overs left, minimum of. We've got to get to 5 o'clock. Obviously, we can't have Somerset declare at 10 to 5, because if they did that, they'd lose. So we have to go to 5 o'clock before it becomes possible for the two teams to agree a draw.
In 5 minutes' time, I'll make way for Anthony to...
Desperate to get back on.
Anthony Gibson's chafing at the bit to get back on here. Yeah.
Jacob Bethel will continue. I've had Sir Garfield Sobers as a mentor for him. Not bad. Comes in round the wicket to bowl. And that's played to square leg. It's fielded. There's no run. So, good season, Jacob Bethel. Comes into bowl again, and that's played onto the onside for no run.
Be nice to see 100 against his name in the championship before the end of the season.
Yeah.
And same with Dan Mosley.
Bethel round the wicket. Oh, he makes room there, Abel. The ball might have turned a bit, and he has to stretch to get to it, but he does get to it, and he's run it down to third. There's no one there. The ball won't go all the way, so someone's going to have to go and fetch it. Hamza Sheikh eventually does. I think they got 3 there. If they'd really gone for it, it could even have been an all-run 4, but they've settled for 3. 147 for 3.
Yes, the ball just pulling up in outfield's fairly lush, and we've had that rain on it over the last couple of days, so just freshened it, kept it a bit slow. I think Davis making another fielding change. He's coming over from square leg and coming into slip and moving and Dolby round to long leg.
This one from Bethel is played to mid-off. There's no run. Rain at Bristol. Leicestershire, Gloucestershire, that will be a draw. Might well use the rain as an excuse to say they can't get back on. There. Next one is hit hard into the ground, out into the deep. It will be 1 run for Banton, who's on to 12. So we have had 4 matches completed today so far. With Durham beating Nottinghamshire by innings and 17 runs at Chester Street. Surrey beating Lancashire by innings and 63. the Oval. The players, by the way, very kindly paused, so allow me to go through these. Worcestershire beating Kent by 8 wickets, and Derbyshire beating Glamorgan by 10. Right, you can carry on, Jacob. In he comes to bowl the last ball of the over. Wraps Abel on the pads, but it's well down the leg side, so there's no question of an appeal. And it's 148 for 3 after 30 overs. Some of the crowd are trying to stay interested, applauding. Was that a maiden in the end? No, it wasn't, was it?
No, he got it.
Just got applauded. Yeah. Why not encourage him? Michael Ray to continue.
I shall do this over and then hand over to Anthony. As Michael Ray puts his headband back on. We were saying the first thing is he obviously has a headband, depending on what coloured kit he plays in, he has a headband to match. He carries a selection of them around, I should think, with a number of clubs. In he comes to bowl to Banton, and this one is caught behind, trying to pull. He gets the top edge through to the keeper, and Warwickshire have got their 4th wicket. Ray gets his 3rd with a short delivery, which Banton went to pull. Got edge through, and Burgess took the catch. And it came really, again, a ball which was pitched on middle and swung round at it and just got a nick through to the keeper, and off he walks, looking completely disconsolate.
He must have been close to being overhead height and potentially a no ball, to be honest, but I'm slightly surprised that Somerset keep falling into these traps. Because again, he had placed half a dozen fielders, I think, on the leg side, so it was fairly clear he was going to bowl short down the leg side. And he bowled very short. Well, it was a good delivery. It bounced high, but maybe it could even have bounced a fraction too high. But
just looking at the replay, it was a ball which was short and going down the leg side and going further away. Banton swung on it and brought it back to the wicket-keeper just behind him. You know, the edge brought it back straight, and he took it in front of his face. Well, that's a wicket out of nowhere, really.
It is. A couple more of those, and we might
You'll be here till 6 o'clock.
prolong the excitement.
So, there we go.
Well, good for Michael Ray. He's got 3 for now.
Yep. Yes, in strange ways, these dismissals as well. But still, they chip away. Slightly worrying, I think, from Somerset's batting point of view, that they're getting out in this way. That
I suppose it can be a danger for a batting side when a game is drifting and you think, well, this is just going to drift and drift. The batting side can sometimes get a little bit caught. Just off guard a little bit.
Well, here we go. James Rue is the new batsman, and he will be facing Ray. Rue plays this first ball up to mid-wicket. Rue and Ray.
Yeah, he's up for it now, is Ray. In and out after every ball. Yes, one of the shorter combinations of bowler and batter in terms of... in fact, it must be the shortest or joint shortest in the country.
Yeah. Here comes Ray in, and Rue plays it out to the offside, and there's no run.
Whereas Hannon Dalby to Kohler Cadmore must be one of the longest.
Well, I had to put Kohler Cadmore in small print on the scorecard because I couldn't.
In a microscope, see that?
It couldn't get him in.
Well, Ollie's the same, isn't he?
Yeah. Their name's just a bit too big. Here comes Ray again, running in, bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler, and there's no run.
It's becoming more common in football, double barrel names. Coventry City, of course, just signed the West Bromwich Albion striker, who's Brandon Thomas Asante, but he has on his shirt Asante, so I don't know whether to call him Thomas Asante or just to settle for Asante. Perhaps I better ask him one day.
the speed the football's played at, it's quite difficult to get
yeah.
it all out, isn't it? Right in. Bruce lifted this down to the backward square leg, where he will get a single, well fielded down there by Will Rhodes, just running around. It was safe enough. 149 for 4. We have one ball left in this over, and we're off the mark with that.
And we have another result, though don't get too excited. Leicestershire versus Gloucestershire has been declared a draw. Got a bit of rain there, which allowed them, lucky so-and-sos, to finish early. Leicestershire 304 for 5 at the end.
Ray, the last ball of his over, in, and Abel watches it go harmlessly through to the keeper. End of another over, 149 for 4. Sadly, that's the end of my stint, Clive, and I'll leave
you
it
off?
with. I shall go and just do a bit of updating of the scorecard and leave it with Anthony Gibson.
Let's have a look at that. Leicestershire, Gloucestershire in terms of points. Leicestershire take 13. Gloucestershire actually got maximum bonus points, so they take 16. Just about, I suppose, in conjunction. Puts them on to 119 points. They're going to be, something like 25 points off the top 2. So I suppose just about in it, and Leicestershire also. Well, they're a bit closer. They will move on to 133 points, so they'll be about 11 points off the top 2.
Well, this afternoon has featured some of the most brainless batting I think I've ever seen from Somerset. I mean, with Umeed and Tom Kohler-Cadmore both caught in the deep when Somerset weren't seriously chasing the target. And then Tom Lammonby falling into the most obvious trap. And Tom Banton chasing a short wide one that probably had been a no ball. It wouldn't have been a no ball, because even if he'd hit it and it was a no ball, then it would have been not out. But I don't know.
Well, it's got to be a little bit careful here. I'm sure they'll be all right, but they don't want to lose a couple of wickets now.
Well, James Rue is another one who's a little bit vulnerable to the short ball, so I suspect that Warwickshire know that and will bowl it short at him when Michael Ray's got ball in hand.
Well, Bethel's got the luxury of a slip and a short leg as he comes into bowler Rue, who plays that all on the ground, back to the bowler. It's also getting quite dark now, so the weather could still have a say here.
Players beginning to cast star-shaped shadows.
I'm sure if the players were to come off at any point, that would be it. I doubt they'd even try to come back on. Bethel gives out a bit of air. It's hoiked away into the leg side by Rue. There's no one on the boundary there, so that's 4 runs. That takes him on to 5. Nice shot. 153 for 4.
Ollie Hannon-Dalby just doing a few stretches there at point. So I guess he's going to come back into the attack for one last burst. See if they can break this partnership, and if they were to do so, I think that Warwickshire would carry on for a bit longer, as long as the light permits.
Yeah, I suppose that could be the issue with Hannon-Dalby coming on, because it's getting a little bit gloomy out there. Bethel comes into bowl, and Rue tries to make room to carve that away on the offside and misses it, and is mighty relieved the ball misses the stumps.
We need a bit more brains and a bit less bravado from the Somerset batting. A la Tom Abel, who's batted beautifully.
Yeah. In comes Bethel. He's gone for a reverse sweep. He's got bat on it. He hasn't got it away though. There's no run.
Make it up, can you?
Perhaps Somerset still fancy this.
No. What, 8.15 runs and over?
T20, no problem. Fielder's dropping back to the long on boundary. Bethel bowls, and he's driven at that inside edge, just misses the stumps. Now they're going for a tight looking run, and well, even a direct hit, I think they would have been okay. It's actually a bye, so he didn't get anything on it, but not looking terribly convincing against Bethel there, James Rue.
I don't understand this. Why don't they just block it out?
Well, it's more fun this way, I suppose.
Well, it could keep us here for rather longer than either you or I would want, because I suspect the light is going to dictate a draw almost whatever happens.
Bethel into Tom Abel. Oh, he's cut at one and missed it. Oh, maybe getting a bit of turn late in the day there. Jacob Bethel, 154 for 4. So 26 overs to go. Warwickshire need 6 wickets and Somerset need 215 runs.
Steve O'Shaughnessy standing by the stumps. I don't know if he's got the light meter out. Yes, he had. Oh, no, I think he's just replacing the bails, I think.
I thought I saw light meter.
Well, it could be. Could be. I think it's getting almost as dark as it was when they came off on Thursday and Friday.
Is he coming off? No.
No.
He's teasing us here. Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Well, the light isn't going to improve. Lights on the scoreboard shining out brightly now. Showing Somerset on 154 for 4, and all 4 of those wickets gifted to Warwickshire by ill-judged or badly executed shots. Hannon Dalby then to Rue. He's in bowls to Rue, who plays a forward defensive shot, which is much more like it.
I covered the day that Steve O'Shaughnessy signed for Worcestershire. They announced that one days when they announced signings, we rocked up at New Road to talk to him, and the photographers take a picture. They asked him if he would sit on a bench while 2 teammates lifted it up. He, not particularly politely, declined.
I'm not surprised. Bizarre request. Here's Hannon Dalby around the wicket to Rue, and drives nicely away through the offside with an open face. It will be pulled in by Dan Mosley. No, it's not. Gallant effort, flinging himself to save a couple of runs this late in the day. The light seems to be fading almost with every delivery at the moment. 158 for 4.
Yeah. That might actually, if we're still on at 5 and the lights like this, Warwickshire might decide not to bother anyway, but we'll see. It's been a decent game. Obviously, the weather's had a big part to it. Warwickshire will be pleased up against one of the top teams in the country this season. I'll be pleased with some of the cricket they've played.
And Dalby just has to start again, as James Rue wasn't quite ready, and Dalby saw that. Back to his mark. Here he comes, arms by his side as usual. This is driven, this off a thick edge in fact, down to third man for 4 more runs, I think. Yep, there's no one down there. 162 for 4. Yes, I think the other issue has been the pitch, which has been pretty slow and pretty flat throughout. Hard to get a result with a little bit of weather around.
Yeah, with the weather. I mean, without the weather, we probably would have gone somewhere close to a result.
Hannon Dalby in bowls and driven by Rue. It's his 3rd consecutive boundary. A handsome off drive away through the covers. Over pitching is Hannon Dalby. Rue moves on to 17 from just 13 deliveries. 166 for 4. Shaughnessy, not sure. I think that was just signalling 4 for the over. The 4th ball of the over.
Warwickshire set to still be without a championship win this season. They have to go back to mid-September last year, and their win against Middlesex at Lords.
Hannon Dalby to Rue, drives straight this time, and that's 4 more runs. And that's what, 4 consecutive boundaries to James Rue. Moves on to 21, 170 for 4.
They are still going for it. Warwickshire then would have gone 11 championship matches without a win.
Lovely shot from James Rue, I must say. The high right elbow, as he's a left-hander. He looks the part. It's shot selection that's James Rew's problem sometimes, particularly early on in his innings, and a certain over fondness for the reverse sweep as well. Last ball of the Hannah Dalby over in bowls to Rew, who drives that away. That's 5 successive boundaries to James Rew. So that over read 0, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. 174 for 4 at the end of it. It cost Hannah Dalby and Warwickshire 20 runs. The umpires are conferring, and I suspect that this might be it. And what are they saying? I think they're saying that's it. I think. Oh, perhaps not.
Are they discussing bowlers, I wonder?
No, it's still going on.
Okay. Well, good, because Somerset seem to have started the charge towards victory. 195 required. 25 overs to get them in.
Yeah, Shaughnessy with the light meter.
Now, whether Alex Davis would bother to suggest, well, I'll put Bethel and Yates on, I don't know. I mean, Bethel was on already from this end, and he's going to stay on. So, somebody shouting his name in encouragement. 3 overs for 11 runs so far, Jacob Bethel. We did cause James Rew, in particular, some problems. And that one, Raps able on the pads. She heads in hands. 174 for 4.
Not sure about his peroxide curls, Jacob Bethel.
Comes into bowl. Gives that a bit of air. It's played to long on for a single.
Did he dye his hair in honour of the 100?
I don't know, possibly. Get him noticed.
Well, it has got him noticed, apparently, if Lizzie Ammon in the Times is to be believed.
We're getting a short leg in now for Rew. Well, this will be interesting, because Rew did, he tried to have a go at Jacob Bethel with fairly mixed results previously. Will he do the same here?
Players casting quite well-defined shadows now from the floodlights.
Bethel bowls to Rew, drives that. It's fielded at point, there's no run. So it looks like the elements might come to the rescue of Somerset.
Well, any trouble they have got themselves into is entirely of their own doing.
Bethel bowls, he's gone for a big shot there, who not got that away. Well, I've done a sort of makeshift championship. I better go through it now, actually, because he might be off in a minute. So Surrey are going to be top on 180. And presuming this ends in a draw, Somerset will be second on 145, so a 35-point gap. At the moment, because they've only got 1 bowling point, Essex are heading for 141 points. I've got a 4th wicket, they need 2 more to get a point. That's hoiked away on the leg side, all on the ground for 4 runs for James Rew. He's made a pretty brisk 29 here. So Essex will be 4 points behind Somerset in third by my calculations, with Hampshire a further 5 points behind. That's on the basis of Hampshire getting 4 batting points. Actually, not beyond the bounds of possibility they could get all 5 the way they're going. 380 for 4 on the 98th over against Essex. But if it's 4, which is what I'm calculating at the moment, that'll put them 9 points behind Somerset. Durham, we know, will be on 126 in 5th place. And Worcestershire will leap 3 places from 9th to 6th and be on 114. Warwickshire will be 1 place and 1 point better off as far as the bottom 2 are concerned than they were at the start of this round of matches. They will be on 109 points in 7th, 5 points ahead of Notts, who we know are on 104, and 6 points ahead of Lancashire, who are second from bottom on 103, with Kent rather adrift on 69 at the bottom. That's the table as I read it.
So it looks as if one of Nottinghamshire, Lancashire and Warwickshire and possibly Worcestershire will accompany Kent into the second division.
I don't think it's been a great round of matches for Worcestershire, but I don't think they're safe yet. Durham probably are now, with their win over Notts.
Yeah.
And it's quite a battle for and there's a lot of prize money at stake for a sort of second, third, and fourth. If we assume Surrey are going to win it, that's a reverse sweep from James Frew, and it's a very effective one. He gets 4 more runs.
Sooner he didn't play it.
183 for 4.
They're going to have another chat, I think, the umpires. I suspect this may be it. Was it 10 to 5? That would be the time that they would finish if it was Warwickshire batting, and they're going to have a look at the other end.
So
I think
go to the same end, aren't they? To have a look. Just as Somerset were racing towards their target.
Yeah, mounting the victory charge.
So the elements might have come to Warwickshire's rescue. I still, every time I do a game at Durham, I argue with Martin Emerson about a Durham Warwickshire game when he claims the elements saved Warwickshire. I keep trying to point out that Warwickshire weren't out of the game just yet.
Tension mounts. And that looks...
No, he's taking the bowler's sweater. It is Rob Yates bowling though, so it does look as if Alex Davis has been told if you want to stay out there, you're going to have to bowl the slow bowlers. I've said this story many times, so forgive me, Warwickshire listeners, for hearing it again, but it always tickles me a little bit when Jitan Patel was in that position, and he rather upset Will Rose by telling the umpires, don't worry, I'll bowl one end, I'll put Will Rose on at the other.
Right. So we're going to get at least one more over. I don't think we're going to get many more overs looking at the clouds coming over from the west. Last throw of the dice from Warwickshire. They're going to have a leg slip and a slip and a forward short leg to try and pick up a wicket. Tom Abel will be on strike. Rob Yates with ball in hand to bowl his off breaks. He's in and bowls. Abel lays back and just cuts this away through the offside for a single. Rushworth Fields.
I suppose if the elements hadn't intervened and we had now 34 overs to go without any threat of weather, we'd sort of had a game.
We would. I mean, I
ends.
think the way Somerset came out just before lunch, I think they were going to have a serious go at chasing down the 369 they needed. Certainly until they lost, maybe 4 wickets, and then they would try and shut up shop. As Yates is in and bowls to Rue, who gets a outside edge down to third man for 4 runs and moves on to 37 from 20 deliveries.
Second slip would have been in play there. There's 1 slip in position at the moment.
Proceedings have a slightly desultory air now.
Yeah, we haven't yet reached the stage where Michael Bird just comes on the bowl. That's when you really know that you're in the death throes of a game.
These two Somerset batsmen are both on 37. They'll both want to finish not out to burnish their averages a little bit.
The second slip is going in now. Words like stable, horses and bolter do spring to mind, but there you are.
So 4 close catches as this is swung away by James Rue for 6 into the Hollies stand. And well, James Rue is almost single-handedly trying to chase down this target for Somerset. He's gone on to 43 now from 21 deliveries. Just showing that he can score fast runs with the best of them. And the umpires are conferring.
Well, I didn't see us struggling to see that one, to be fair.
I think they're not. They're only conferring because they're
waiting for the ball to come back. Yeah. Just trying to look at Warwickshire's position at the table and trying to be a little bit more positive rather than just talking about the bottom two. I mean, he's still pretty close, aside from Surrey. Warwickshire will be 36 points behind Somerset. That's a fair way off, obviously 31 behind Essex. But then, 27 behind Hampshire. Certainly Durham in 5th. Potentially within their sights. Finished 4th last season.
194 for 4. This is steered into the offside by Rue. There'll be a couple of runs here as Mosley is in pursuit, scattering the pigeons as he goes. And they settle for 2 runs. And Rue moves on to 45, 196 for 4. 173 more Somerset need in 23.2 overs at a required rate, which has come down to 7.45. As Yates bowls, and this is swung away again by Rue, and that will be 6 more, I fancy. And that will be James Rue's 50. 50 for James Rue off just 22 deliveries, with 9 4s and 3 6s. Well, spectacular little innings from James Rue, albeit against some fairly undemanding bowling. And again, there's a bit of a pause as the ball is retrieved.
Well, I'm surmising that Alex Davis might have had enough of this now because Michael Ray is warming up. I was about to say that, bring it in, but actually it's brightened up in the last few seconds, just slightly.
Here's Yates then to Rue, who lost this away down the ground, and that will be 4 down to long on. 206 for 4.
It's got the Somerset supporters going.
The umpires are going to have another chat. And who's going to come in? It looks like Michael Ray is going to bowl. This could be the end of the game. We wait to see what the verdict is. It looks like the Warwickshire players are prepared to walk off.
It just looks to me as if it's brightened up very slightly, so this might have backfired on Warwickshire. But their fielders seem to think they're going off. And
they are.
The umpires are chatting, but the fielders are already halfway off the field.
You thought the players might shake hands, wouldn't you? What's going on? Are the umpires saying we're going off for bad light, but it's not necessarily all over.
Well,
they're going to hang around
now,
out there.
So, well, maybe Warwickshire want to, or maybe Somerset want to carry on if they get back on.
They're shaking hands, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Are they? No, they're not. No.
They're just patting the batters on the back, but not shaking hands.
Oh dear. Well, Somerset, what did I say they needed? What's the score? 200. They need another 106.
Well, I'm not being funny, but they need 163 in 20 overs.
Well, yeah, it won't be 20 overs now because.
Well, how many overs? But we've got still.
Because we're losing at least one, aren't we?
Yeah, but we've still got. How many overs have we got left? Hang on. Yeah, well, 23 overs left. So yeah, they would have to.
Well, it'll be
less than 20 overs. Yeah.
Crowd think it's all over.
Yes, they're applauding. I think it's all over. Maybe it is now. Scoreboard. Oh, the scoreboard has switched itself off momentarily, but it's come back on again. Well, James Rue 56 not out, so enough of him. Tom Abel 37. Michael Ray 3 wickets in the second innings. It looks like it's a draw. It's not been absolutely confirmed. The umpires have stayed out there. They're obviously doing everything properly, as indeed they should. Whether they're just going to wait until the big hand reaches the 12 and confirms it's 5 o'clock, I don't know.
Yes, it's unsatisfactory denouement, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah. I wonder what the umpire said to the players. Don't shake hands yet, because officially it's not over. And we have to play it by the book.
Where's the time? 16:59.
Yes. Well, let's quickly go through the other scores, and while we wait to see if we get we know Durham beaten Notts. Darlington, I might have to add an extra point to Essex because with 10 overs to go in the bonus points. It's 394 for 5. So Hampshire are 6 runs away from 4 batting points and 56 runs away from 5 with 10 overs to go. But Essex are now just 1 wicket away from a second bowling point. Surrey, we know, have beaten Lancashire. Worcestershire have beaten Kent. Derbyshire have beaten Glamorgan. Leicestershire versus Gloucestershire a draw. And Middlesex, now, how many overs left in that game? Middlesex have bowled Northants out for 167 with 24 overs to go. I don't know whether they've taken 2 off for the innings yet. They'll need 108 to win. So, assuming that the elements are kind to them, you would fancy Middlesex to do that. In fact, they've already underway. They're 5 without loss, chasing 111 to win. So it looks like Middlesex might have pulled that one off. Keep the pressure on Yorkshire, who've earlier beaten Sussex. Those are the games that are in progress. Earlier, by the way, Bangladesh win against Pakistan and Rawalpindi. That was a big one for Bangladesh in a test match. Well, it would help if the umpires would just sort of... because surely, even if the lights improves, we're not going to bother going back on, are we?
Don't see there's much point. I mean, we will have lost 1 over already, and probably 2 by the time they get back on. So any faint hope that Somerset might have of chasing it down. Mind you, James Drew did take 5, 11, 13, 19, 23 off that last over from Rob Yates, who has figures of 0 for 40 in 4 overs. And it's getting a bit of tap, and Jacob Bessel likewise at the other end.
And I wouldn't have thought that Warwickshire really believe they can take 6 wickets. But well, 13 points for Warwickshire, 11 for Somerset. It finishes in a draw. I'll say Warwickshire will be pretty pleased with some of the cricket they play. They have played some decent red ball cricket this season. But they've had 1 or 2 calamitous sessions that have cost them matches. And they are still without a win. That's their big frustration.
Yeah, Somerset with 2 wins and a defeat up at Durham. And I'll satisfy 20, stop 20 over by saying, yes, it was indeed inside 2 days, not... it was inside 6 sessions, not in 7.
We're going to have had, by my reckoning, 23 draws plus an abandonment in 50 matches in the First Division, so just under half the matches.
It's not good, is it, when you're playing 4-day cricket?
Yeah, I suppose over half are finishing results. That's the more positive way to look at it, I suppose. 26 out of 50.
Too many pitches like this one. Sort of dead pitches where there's no life in them for the other than maybe early on in each innings when the ball is new and hard, but there isn't much in it for the seam bowlers at this time of year, and nothing at all for the spinners, which makes Jack Leach's 5 for 77 this morning all the more meritorious. What did he take this morning? 5 for 18, was it?
Yes, it was. Yeah, finished the figures of 5 for 77, but 5 for 18 today. 131 for Alex Ray, which was an important innings. Without it, Somerset might have won by now. Umpires are still out there, so they're still going through, and we are past 5 o'clock now, so presumably the captains could just wave at them and say we've agreed a draw, if they so wished, but that doesn't seem to have happened yet. The ground staff haven't all been summoned yet to... Mind you, they usually switch the hover cover on during the interviews. That's the
yeah, exactly. And it makes the most dreadful roar in the background.
Halfway through, yeah. If I was paranoid, I'd say they did it on purpose.
I don't think they do.
Well, there was one, not here, but there was one ground.
This is classic,
who
classic
I thought
cricket,
did.
isn't it? There's nothing happening. There are about, I can count them up for you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. About 20 spectators.
Who are all standing
view.
up ready to go, but just want the confirmation.
And it'd be very, I suppose it's not impossible, light might improve, but chances of either side winning from here are vanishingly remote.
Next up for Warwickshire, Kent here, starting on Thursday. Feels like a big match, but they all are now. 4 games left.
Next up for Somerset, Durham at home. That's a tough match. And some decisions to be made on personnel, particularly in the batting lineup. Be interesting to see if Lewis Gregory is fit enough to return as captain. And there's a big lobby for Lewis Goldsworthy to be given a place in the top order batting, presumably at the expense of either Andy Umeed or Tom Kohler-Cadmore. But we will see. It may be that Jason Kerr will stick to the same 11, with possibly Gregory coming in for either Aldridge or Josh Davey.
Hampshire have taken a 4th batting point now, 405 for 5. They still have a chance of taking all 5. The 45 more runs in 8 overs to do that. That's the only cricket currently in progress. Oh, apart from the Northwood, of course. That's where it's a good game. Middlesex 16 without loss, need 95 more to win. Well, the umpires are still there having a chat.
Somerset 163 runs short of their notional target. And there's been some lovely shots played by James Rew in particular against the spin of Jacob Bethel and Rob Yates. Although he hit Ollie Hannon-Dalby for 5 successive 4s in 1 over. Top ball the first one, and then drilled a cup through the covers. 1 straight drive, nicked down to third man, and a back cut down to the wide third man boundary. But you're not missing any cricket.
It's quite difficult to commentate, really. Two umpires and a groundskeeper out in the middle chatting.
There's some hilarity down below us with the remaining spectators.
Some of them have decided we'll be going home now anyway. We don't need to wait for permission. We're off. But some are standing just waiting for confirmation of what they.
Some of us got quite long journeys to undertake. The light actually hasn't deteriorated much in the last few minutes. If anything, it's improved slightly, but obviously not improved sufficiently. The light meter is balanced on the stumps at pavilion end of the pitch. Steve O'Shaughnessy deep in conversation with Alex Wharf. And is it Gary Barlow, the
Barwell, yeah.
Barwell, not Gary Barlow, of course, is someone rather different.
Probably slightly wealthier. Gary Barlow. Well, one umpire's gone to have another look at the light meter. If he calls the players back on now and they come back on, then I give up. I will have no understanding of what goes on.
I mean, we must have lost nearly 10 minutes now.
Yeah.
So
well, anyway, he's not calling them back anyway, so.
So we're losing an over every 3.75 minutes, I think it is.
Yeah, I suppose, in defence, if the light had improved and they could have called them back now, they'd have had 20 overs to get 160. They might just have had a go at that, where the last few overs have gone. So that's probably why they're keeping us waiting.
Yes. Well, it's I'll be chatting to Craig Overton at the close of play, asking him what his feelings are on the way this match has gone. And Somerset, you were talking about Warwickshire having one bad session, and Somerset had, well, 1 and a bit bad sessions when they lost their first 2 wickets without a run on the board in their first innings, and then was 65 for 5 before Casey Aldridge came in and scored a very important 84 for them and carried them to 239, without which they might have been in serious trouble. And they kept themselves in with a chance, Somerset, thanks to that 84, and then 5 wickets for Jack Leach. I thought Somerset bowled well yesterday afternoon when Warwickshire were looking to score reasonably quick runs, although they didn't display huge urgency. Perhaps it might have been better if they had done, given themselves rather longer to bowl Somerset out second time around. But and then Jack Leach this morning bowling really well, picking up 5 wickets, giving Somerset just a sniff. And then the 10 overs that we lost for that rain after lunch effectively put the mockers on any hopes that Somerset might have had of chasing down what became a target of 369. But presumably Somerset are still entertaining hopes of chasing these runs down. Yeah. Somebody, either Craig Overton reckons he can still win, or Alex Davies reckons he can still win. But Alex Wharf is...
He's walking backwards for Christmas now. Almost walked backwards onto the stumps. Oh, he's practicing ducking bouncers now.
Ah, dear.
Well, I suppose, again, they have stayed out there. They're keeping an eye on things.
Let's having a look at the light meter.
He's picked it up now, I think.
What's he going to say to Gary Barwell? Go and get the hover cover?
Yes, a bit of rain would put an end to it all, but that's not coming. Oh, he's put it on. He's taken the light meter from one set of stumps and put it on the other now.
Can't think there's going to be a huge variation.
I would have thought so. He's now handed it to his fellow umpire, and they're still standing out there chatting, so there's no calling the players on. Clearly Warwickshire are getting just a little concerned with those way Rue got after Bethel and Yates, so they brought on Michael Ray, knowing that would probably force the players off the field. Of course, they always had that option. Warwickshire, and Alex Davis decided to take it. And light meter's gone back on again. Remember those 5 white lights we used to have on the scoreboard?
I do.
It used to cause no end of controversy because what the umpire saw out in the middle didn't necessarily correspond to what the lights that showed what the light was like on the scoreboard.
At least it gave the spectators some idea of what was going on there, didn't it? I mean, one of the worst things about cricket, and this applies to professional cricket, is that spectators are so ill-informed about what the umpires are thinking and what they're planning. You know, it'd be much better if there was somebody out there with a microphone and the umpires saying, you know, what's the situation, Alex? And Alex Wharf could say, well, if the light's not good enough for fast bowling, the light meter reading is X. We're going to wait here to see if it shows any signs of improvement until we think there's no prospect of any further improvement, when we will call the day's play off. Instead of which, we are kept completely in the dark,
so to speak.
So to speak.
I do remember seeing on the pavilion balcony a player put his bat across the light sensor, because obviously the batting team wanted play to end. So he put his bat across the light meter sensor.
5 lights
so
came up.
5 lights would come on.
Very clever. Oh, come on. Either get the players out there or call it a day. We've been off now for nearly 15 minutes, so that's another 4 overs probably gone. So,
and the sparse crowd has diminished further. Still a few hanging on. See what happens.
Oh, here comes Big Craig.
So has he come out to say we're happy now?
We will see. He's going out to have a chat with the umpires. It might just be to inquire what the score is, or it might be to say that we're happy for you to call it a day. We will see. He's got his hands in his pockets. He's going out to have a chat with Steve O'Shaughnessy, who's got the light meter out.
Doesn't look as if he's saying we're all done, does it?
No. No, no shaking of hands.
No.
He's taking his cap off and scratching his head. Is Craig Overton?
We all are, metaphorically. Yeah. Hands in pockets, chatting to the 2 umpires. He's probably saying, "No, come on, it's out there. We're almost there.
Not that bad. We don't mind. We don't mind batting.
We'll chase them down in 10 overs. Just get us out there." Another little look at the light meter. But still no firm decision on the game. If you're still with us, well done, by the way.
I can't imagine anybody still is. They must be gluttons for punishment if they are. There's no sign of any better weather coming across from the west, and well, it's more than 15 minutes now that we've lost. So that's, as I say, 3, possibly 4 overs, which would mean that Somerset would only have 19 overs in which to chase down 163. Which 6 wickets in hand. Steve O'Shaughnessy just demonstrating a short arm pull shot. We've got the 2 umpires standing at the pavilion end of the pitch by the stumps. Craig Overton there in his navy blue sweat top. Still got his cricket whites on. Presumably just in case he needs to come into bat. Brian Holford is coming into the commentary box looking perplexed, bemused.
I hope he's not coming in for answers.
Well, I think what's going on is that Craig Overton is trying to squeeze every last drop out of this potential situation.
Is it my imagination, or has it just brightened up in the last few minutes? So maybe just...
Can't have brightened up that much, otherwise they'd have...
No. Oh, wait a minute. The umpire just said something to Craig Overton. Is he calling the players on?
I don't know. Craig Overton is
smiling,
stalking off. Oh, he's breaking into a trot.
He is.
So perhaps they are going out there. We will lose overs, Brian. Yeah, we will have lost. I reckon 4, possibly 5 overs, depending on how long it takes them to get out there. Assuming that's what the signal was. I can't see the Warwickshire players down below. The light meter is still being deployed. It's all a bit daft, this.
Maybe the message to Craig Overton was get ready, we're about 1. Oh, he's just dropped the light meter, it's broken it probably. Maybe they're saying we're just about 1 notch away from calling you back on, so be ready.
Brian just said that
Well,
James Drew was having trouble seeing the ball.
To be fair, they did change then. It was the fact they brought Michael Ray on. I mean, I'm not a great. It's easy for me to say. I think bad light is used too much.
So do I.
In cricket, I think just get on with it. But then it's easy for me to say
it's
that.
just as difficult for the fielding side as it is for the batting side.
I'm not sure how dangerous it really is, but then again.
Well, especially with them wearing helmets and what have you these days.
However, they haven't put me in charge of cricket yet. I keep waiting for the call. Oh, there we go. I have to give Essex another point. How annoying. Because they got a second bowling point. So they're going to be on 142, assuming they don't get a third bowling point. Against Hampshire, who need 26 more runs for maximum batting points, which will put them on 137, actually. So I have to give both Essex and Hampshire an extra point. So Essex will be 3 points behind Somerset. In third, Hampshire will be fourth, 8 points behind Somerset. Gap of 11 points to Durham, and then a gap of 12 points to Worcestershire. And then 15 points to Warwickshire. No, not fit. That's not right. Yes. No, 5 points to Warwickshire. What am I talking about? So it's still a fairly tight table, apart from Surrey being 35 points clear of the field.
It's very hard to see how Somerset could overtake Surrey with 35 points. With
I suppose they'd have to beat them. That would get it down to about 15 to 20. And then hope Surrey do what they did against Hampshire and out of the blue lose one, I suppose. But yeah, it's that was a prediction I made. It wasn't the boldest prediction I've ever made pre-season to predict that Surrey would win the county championship.
Well, the other element in that equation is that Somerset will be playing Surrey at Taunton with a Kookaburra ball on a notoriously flat Taunton pitch, I suspect, as the ground staff seem incapable of producing result pitches at Taunton.
Well, the umpires are still out there, so clearly the teams, or at least one of the teams, wants to carry on if they're given the opportunity. But
it can only be Somerset, can't it? Because Warwickshire wouldn't have put Michael Ray on to bowl if they didn't want it called off. Umpires one at either end now. Steve O'Shaughnessy holding the ball up for his colleague to have a look at.
Can you see my hand?
Perhaps Somerset have said, well, if we're not back on by 5:30, then... here we go. The stumps are being removed. And that is that. And it's a draw with 11 points to Somerset and 13 to Warwickshire. Somerset finishing their innings eventually on 206 for 4. James Drew 55 not out from just 24 deliveries, and Tom Abel 37 not out from 48.
Well, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Thanks to Brian and Phil and Kit and Chloe, who have been part of the commentary team during the course of the game. Sorry if I missed anyone out.